I'm 24, female, and currently 24 weeks pregnant with a baby girl. My partner, also 24, male, and I are excited, even though the pregnancy was a surprise. We plan to name our baby after my mom, who passed away when I was young. Most of my family and friends have been very supportive, but my aunt, 54, female, and cousin, 31, female, are causing problems. My cousin has been struggling with infertility for about 5 years. She had a miscarriage, and 2 years ago, doctors told her she had a low number of healthy eggs. After 2 rounds of IVF, she got pregnant in late 2022. Sadly, she had complications during pregnancy, and her baby passed away shortly after birth. Since then, my cousin has been dealing with severe depression but refuses to seek therapy, even though we think it would help her. When I found out I was pregnant, I told my cousin individually, hoping to give her space to process it. She didn't take the news well. She was distant and cold when I saw her, but a week later, she asked to meet one-on-one. We talked, and she eventually asked me if I would let her adopt my baby to raise as her own. I refused, saying that my partner and I want to raise our baby ourselves. She got very upset, called me names, and said we didn't deserve our baby because we aren't married yet, though we are engaged. She claimed she and her husband could give my baby a better life. Then she kicked me out of her house. I understand she's going through a lot, and I want to be supportive, but her request was overwhelming, and I'm struggling to balance my relationships with her and my family while preparing for my own baby. How can I manage this situation? After I refused my cousin's request to adopt my baby, she and my aunt started texting and calling me, trying to convince me to change my mind. My aunt argued that I should give my baby to her daughter, saying I'd still get to see her since she'd be in the family, and that I could have more kids later because I'm still young. She also implied that, based on raising me, I wasn't ready for motherhood, and pressured me with guilt. She even gave my number to other relatives and her church friends, who started messaging me, urging me to be more understanding of my cousin's situation. Some of my relatives were calmer, but her church friends said awful things about me, so I blocked them. I've been trying to avoid my aunt and cousin as much as possible, but it's hard. My aunt has been controlling my life and decisions for years since she's been a motherly figure to me. Now, I've heard that my cousin is telling people she'll soon have a baby, and they all believe I'll change my mind once I face the challenges of being a parent. It's overwhelming and frightening. If you have any advice on handling this or just ways to de-stress, I'd really appreciate it. My partner and I have quietly moved, and only a few people know our new address. My aunt and cousin know we moved, but don't know where. We also recently got married in a small private ceremony and may have a larger wedding next year. I'm unsure what the situation with my cousin will be like by then, or if they'll be invited. Thankfully, my partner's family has been supportive throughout this difficult time. I feel more confident and supported thanks to my partner's family. We've also taken extra precautions for the birth and our security. The baby is healthy, and we're really excited to meet her. We already love her and are ready to protect her. Unfortunately, my cousin is still obsessed with having a baby and seems to believe it will fix her life. I've heard through gossip that she's been behaving inappropriately online. She's been joining pregnancy and baby-related groups, messaging vulnerable people who've shared their struggles, and offering to adopt their babies. She even harassed a young widow about adopting her child, which led to her being banned from several groups. She's also been more active on social media, sharing her fertility struggles and thinking about trying IVF again. I found out she's waiting for my baby to be born and wants to reconnect with me like before I was pregnant. I blocked her on most platforms, and she hasn't tried to contact me directly yet. My aunt, however, is still angry and has been badmouthing me to family and her church friends. I occasionally get hostile texts, voicemails, and calls from people she's turned against me, but since I've moved and no longer go to church, there's been no physical confrontation. My aunt has also been pressing my father for information about me, but he has promised to keep my new address and other details private, especially from my aunt and cousin. Out of the two, my aunt has been more aggressive. The day before I moved, she showed up at my apartment and waited for me in the parking lot after work. I thought she would yell at me, but instead, she asked to catch up at a cafe near the church. This whole situation is stressful, but I'm doing my best to protect my family and focus on my baby. I could tell my aunt's friendliness was fake, and the situation made me uncomfortable, so I made excuses and refused to meet her. She then started gaslighting me, arguing about everything that had happened. She told me to wait until the baby was born, saying I'd give in to the stress of parenting. She made hurtful comments about me and my partner, saying our baby deserved to be raised in a godly home with two Christian parents. She's never liked my partner because he's not Christian, and she even made some anti-Semitic comments about him. She claimed that my baby would be confused by our different religious beliefs and wouldn't get enough attention because both my partner and I have full-time jobs. She believes a child needs to be raised in a religious household with a stay-at-home mother and a strong father to avoid going down a moral spiral. She thinks only my cousin, who stays at home, and her husband can provide this environment. Thankfully, my neighbor showed up during this confrontation, which helped cool things down. I firmly told my aunt to leave and even complained to the building manager. Afterward, I hid with a friend in another complex until my partner came to pick me up. My aunt waited in the parking lot for a while, but eventually left after about 30 minutes. We recorded the incident and have taken extra precautions. We've also warned her about legal action if things escalate, though we don't want to provoke her further. That incident has been stressful, and I've been avoiding any place where my aunt or cousin might be. I've skipped 2 family events because I knew they would be there. Although I feel more secure after moving and getting married, I'm still cautious and hope things will settle down after my baby is born. I plan to update again after the baby is born, if nothing major happens, and when it feels safe. Thank you all for your support, it means a lot. We also reached out to the local church leader about my aunt and cousin, since they are both active members. At first, he dismissed our concerns as a family conflict and suggested counseling. We explained that my cousin is struggling with trauma after losing her baby and has false hopes of adopting mine, which we will raise in a loving home. We also told the church leader that my aunt was encouraging my cousin's hopes and harassing me, which has caused me a lot of stress. He said he understood my side and was aware of what my cousin had been going through with her struggles to have children. He said he would talk to my aunt and cousin to get their perspective. When I spoke with him again today, he said that my aunt and cousin were concerned because I had stopped communicating with them, especially after moving. I explained that their behavior about my baby is why I cut off contact. When I asked what they said, he told me that my cousin had spoken with a church therapist and was now considering adoption to start a family, as her IVF treatments were unlikely to work due to her condition. I made it clear to him that I am not giving up my baby, despite what my cousin may think. He said he understood, but then began asking for personal details about how I'm doing and tried to arrange a meeting between me, my aunt, and my cousin, offering to refer us to services. I told him I wasn't comfortable with that right now. He then asked me to at least call my cousin, and mentioned that he would meet with my aunt on Sunday since I didn't want to do it alone. Our call ended after that. I'll provide an update on what happens in the coming days, either by editing this post or leaving a comment. Edit, I'm not happy with his response. It feels like he's pressuring me to reconnect with my aunt and cousin, even though he says he understands my concerns. I think he's being dismissive and trying to force a resolution. My partner and I had hoped reaching out to him would help, but I'm not sure it will. Since the church leader has influence and authority over my aunt and cousin, I decided to wait for our next phone call to see if I could get him to care more. Just to clarify, I haven't shared any personal information with him, and I have no plans for an in-person meeting with my aunt or cousin. We're also in contact with legal help, and we don't live in Utah. Update, we spoke with the bishop again. He said there's not much he can do to resolve the situation between me and my aunt/cousin, other than referring us to counseling. When I asked if he had met with my aunt, he said he did, but their conversation mainly focused on helping my cousin heal. He mentioned that my cousin is grieving the loss of communication with me and my sister, who hasn't been in touch with her much either. I explained to him that my cousin is trying to take my baby to replace hers and that their behavior is putting my family's safety and well-being at risk. He seemed to lose interest in the conversation and ended by saying I should do what's best for my family but also consider the grief my cousin is going through. He suggested we contact family counseling services for further help. After that, my partner and I sent him an email, copying our lawyer to officially close communication with him. I also decided to unblock my cousin and send her a message. I told her that my partner and I are keeping our baby and that it's not up for discussion. I encouraged her to seek proper therapy if she hasn't already and let her know that I'm not comfortable with her, her husband, or my aunt being involved in my child's life. She hasn't responded yet, but regardless of her response, our relationship will not return to what it was, and she will not be a part of my child's life.
Bruce, I can't understand why we can't offer them one of our ready-made designs. Phil, you don't understand at all. Bruce looked at his deputy. I don't want it like everyone else's. We live at a juncture when styles, materials, accents change. It's like Baroque replaced Renaissance in the past. So many possibilities open up. I certainly recognise that you're a genius at landscape design, but after all, the pieces we have now are hugely popular. Why reinvent the wheel? Phil objected. That's the thing. It's like an artist or a musician. I want to create something new. I'd like to create gardens that are not an extension of the house, but an extension of the person. Bruce was a very talented landscape designer. Even in college, he was expected to be successful. The guy put forward such bold ideas that it was simply impossible to remain indifferent to them. Some admired them, some criticised them, but there was not a single person who would remain indifferent. After graduating from college, Bruce organised his own business. He met Phil while he was still studying. Phil didn't have as much talent, but his organisational skills helped Bruce out more than once, and he deservedly took the position of deputy head of their company. Bruce and his team had already completed many gardens and were sought after by wealthy people in the country. A month ago, he was approached by an obscenely wealthy man. He was willing to pay a substantial amount of money because his wife Joanna wanted to create an extraordinary garden in their mansion in the south of the country. Bruce, with your trends, you'll just push him away, Phil said with annoyance in his voice. Think twice, because we could make so much money from him. I have a feeling they'll understand me, the director persisted. My intuition never fails me. After finishing work at the office, Bruce drove home. Daddy's here. A boy of about 7 and a little girl rejoiced and rushed to meet him. The man tossed the girl into the air, kissed her tenderly, and lifted the boy into his arms. So, what have you been up to today while I was at work? The father asked with interest. The children began to recount their adventures. Today they had built a small house in the branches of the trees. The gardener, Mr. Selleck, helped them with that. Bruce was delighted and, laughing, asked the children to show him their creation. The children grabbed him by the hand and led him into a small grove. Wow, said Bruce with delight. What a beautiful house, really. You guys did such a great job. Okay, I have to take a picture of it. Bruce always found time to watch his children. They motivated him and inspired him. The boy was bold in his ideas and strongly resembled his father. Little Bonnie liked to play more and never took anything too seriously. Then the man walked into the house. His wife Sandra was discussing something animatedly on the phone. When she saw her husband, she immediately hung up. Hello, darling. Are you home already? She asked in surprise. You're early today. Did something happen to you? No, Bruce replied tiredly. I got that South project on my mind. I think about it all the time. Yes, we're so lucky that this rich man is interested in you. His wife kissed him on the cheek. The main thing now is not to miss this chance. Sandra, I want to offer him something new. I think it will help me realize my dream too. Bruce looked her in the eyes. Bruce, you can't stop already, Sandra said sternly. You and your concepts will drive him crazy, and he will refuse to hire you. I'm even afraid to think about how much money we would lose then. Sandra, it's not only about money, Bruce said with annoyance in his voice. The main thing is to constantly grow, to develop. I don't want to offer anyone any more lifeless forms. You know, Bruce, I understand that you have talent, Sandra replied grudgingly. But everything needs a balance. If not for money, then what are you working for? This was the greatest pain for Bruce. His wife had never understood him, or rather, she initially supported him in everything, but when he became rich, it was as if she lost all interest in him. For 5 last years, Sandra had been living her own life. It was around 1 o'clock in the morning when the man went out into the garden. It was July and the cicadas were singing joyfully. Fireflies flickered in the grass, resembling candle flames. Everything here is alive at any moment, admired Bruce. But Do I only need this moment? It's so fleeting. What comes next? He pondered aloud. Bruce was about to head towards the house when a gentle breeze came, causing the leaves to whisper in the treetops and the grass to sway like waves. Movement! The man suddenly exclaimed. It's not just the moment, not now, but constant movement that is important. This was what he had been searching for. As the saying goes, everything ingenious is simple and lies on the surface. Now I know what I will show to them. Bruce happily told his friend the next day, Phil, I found it. Movement. Phil looked at him bewildered and reproachful. He had never delved deeply into his friend's philosophical musings. It all seemed boring to him. 2 days later, the rich clients arrived. The whole office was abuzz with excitement. They needed to prepare for the arrival of such an important guest, organise a proper lunch, and give the client and his wife a city tour. But Bruce was more concerned with correctly conveying his idea to them. His entire desk was covered in sketches, including graphics, pastels and watercolours. The designer wanted to express his vision of the garden through handmade sketches and then explain everything in detail. On the day of the arrival, Bruce and Phil personally drove to the airport to greet the guests. The airport meeting went well, and within an hour and a half, everyone was already at the office. The Goldberg couple had other plans in the city, which they intended to do after their meeting with Bruce. Therefore, it was necessary for the owner of the landscaping company to captivate the couple with his ideas in just one day and convince them to collaborate with him. Well, said Mr. Goldberg, we would like to hear your opinion about our land and your ideas and what can be done with it. I won't lie to you, Bruce immediately responded. When I saw this place, I knew right away that it shouldn't be something conventional. I want to move away from the usual concept of a garden with its emphasis on regularity and balance and instead capture its very essence. Mr. Goldberg looked at him puzzled, but Joanna's eyes lit up at Bruce's words. And what will that consist of? The woman asked with interest. Your garden will become, as it were, your extension, calmly declared the designer. I know it may sound abstract, but it is not. Throughout the centuries, gardens have served various functions. They became symbols of power during the Renaissance, and in the Baroque era, we saw passion gardens. The 19th century cannot be imagined without the classical English garden, but ultimately they all aimed to convey the same thing. At the core of these magnificent creations was the moment of the eternal now, and in my opinion, that concept is outdated. I understand your point. Joanna supported Bruce. But isn't that what matters? No, Bruce replied. The most important thing is the never-ending movement. It may not have a defined form, but it is smooth and uninterrupted. The garden must become a river. It must start to flow. You become its centre, and when you step into it, you should feel the vibration of life and realise that it is in you first of all. Mrs. Goldberg was absolutely thrilled, while her husband couldn't grasp the point at all. However, the woman was practically bouncing in her chair with joy. But how can we make it happen? She asked curiously. We'll still have all the same materials, Bruce said with a smile, but we'll use them differently this time. For example, we won't have any trimmed trees and bushes. Our bushes will have thin branches so that they can easily convey movement. Of course, none of this will grow haphazardly. Each plant will have its own place to convey the idea that everything is constantly changing and growing. Everything will move from one state to another in a smooth and balanced way. But all of this only comes into play when you enter your garden. You don't just walk past the rose garden, you become the roses. And I'd also like to add not only a vertical element, but a horizontal element as well. For example, a Japanese pine tree that grows horizontally. You realise that even in a horizontal direction there can be growth. It's not a static hedge that keeps getting trimmed all the time. The pine grows the way it wants. You just guide it a little bit. You want to put a pine tree horizontally? Mr. Goldberg asked, incredulous. Yes, and not only that, replied the designer boldly. It could be an alternative to the hedges that are constantly being trimmed. And I'd also like to add a pond. Water is a balance, but as you know, in both Rome and Versailles, a huge pond was the centre of the garden. But here we don't need to demonstrate might and power. We need to reflect your individuality in the smoothness of the lake. You enter your garden. As you walk along the paths, you gradually become one with it. And finally, when you reach the lake, you look into it and realize that you are not separate from your garden, that it is the water and the trees that are you. You know, on the one hand, what you're saying is very similar to Asian gardens, Joanna said. But when I visualized it all, I can say with full confidence that it is something entirely new. You don't just want to go from form to content. It's as if you're blurring the line between the two. I'm sorry, I can't put it into words, what I'm experiencing right now, but I can clearly feel what you're talking about. Bruce, I would very much like to cooperate with you. Mr. Goldberg didn't really understand the whole garden thing, but he relied entirely on his wife in the matter. As the Goldberg couple departed, Bruce sighed happily and opened a bottle of champagne. Well, let's drink to us and our future success. He raised his glass. Here's to a new direction, to innovative ideas. To be honest, as soon as you started philosophizing, I thought we were in for a real failure. Phil grinned. Yes, if it weren't for his wife, he would certainly disagree with me, Bruce sighed. And they'd find some modern designer to offer the old ones under a new source. A week later, Bruce and the other two designers travelled to Mr. Goldberg's mansion. It was an old ranch, and after buying it, Mr. Goldberg didn't know what to do with it. That's why Joanna suggested a huge garden on 10 acres. The woman realised that it would support her husband's reputation and raise his ratings in his future political career. Paul, Joanna said, our garden can become a real gem here. Among the preserves and forests, we'll create something wholly new, a Paul Goldberg garden. For almost 2 weeks, Bruce and his team did the work. They found all the necessary maps, checked the soil and groundwater, studied the local climate and the peculiarities of the season. They studied the local plants and recorded their species. All of this could be called more of a scientific expedition. Bruce understood the responsibility. It involved millions of dollars, so it was necessary to take into account everything so that the project was carried out as he conceived it. One evening, Bruce received a call from his wife. The children missed their father very much and wanted to talk to him. Well, how are you? Sandra asked, taking the phone after the children. How are you doing there? You know, Sandra, there is a lot of work, replied her husband. It's a very long-term contract. We're talking about 3 years and a lot of money. That's good, the woman replied cheerfully. Maybe we'll move there too. If you make good money on this project, we could buy a bigger house there. It's so warm there, not like here. We'll see, dear, sighed the tired husband. After 5 minutes of talking, he walked out of the house and looked towards the mountains. The surroundings were beautiful, with the sun almost setting and coloured shadows spreading across the plain. I thought that when I got this project I'd be happy, Bruce thought, but here I miss my beloved woman and children so much. Sandra hasn't shown any interest in me for a long time. I just live with her for the sake of the children. How much longer will it be enough? Bruce realised that if it weren't for his work, in which he was completely immersed, he would no longer be able to ignore the way his wife treated him. When he met Sandra, he thought he had found everlasting happiness. But as soon as he had more money, she changed. She developed an inflated sense of dignity and gradually grew colder towards Bruce. After the birth of their daughter, Sandra rarely looked in his direction with love again. Meanwhile, his wife was having a conversation with another man. "I'm so afraid that idiot won't lose such a project," Sandra said angrily into the receiver. "Don't worry so much," the male voice laughed. "The main thing is that now we can be together for a couple of weeks. Well, come to my place. I'm waiting for you." "I'll be there in an hour," said Bruce's wife to her lover coquettishly. "How I've missed you all this time. I'm so sick of all this." "Sandra, my love, just bear a little more. Everything will be fine soon." Sandra put on a beautiful dress, let her hair down, applied some foundation on her face, and painted her eyelashes. She looked gorgeous. Before leaving, the woman looked into the children's room, where her children were playing with the nanny. She kissed them and assured them she would be back soon. Then she got into her car and left. Sandra had been having an affair for many years. She had long wanted to divorce Bruce, but on one hand, she was afraid of losing everything she had. On the other hand, she was waiting for the right opportunity to tell Bruce everything. There was another important circumstance that prevented Sandra from divorcing her husband. The girl, Bonnie, was not Bruce's daughter. She had given birth to her from her lover, so she was afraid that in the divorce, Bruce could take a principled stance and deprive her of everything. The car pulled up to a multi-story house, and in 10 minutes she was already opening the lover's apartment with her key. "Hello?" The man came out to meet her. "What took you so long? How I've missed you all this time." Then he picked up Sandra in his arms and carried her to his bedroom. Bruce and his team had completed all the necessary front work. Now they needed to discuss everything with the customer. "Bruce," Joanna greeted them, "unfortunately my husband is very busy and he apologizes for that, so I will probably be working on the garden with you myself." In fact, Bruce was happy about it because Joanna understood what he was talking about and naturally helped him with his work. Joanna listened attentively to what the designer was telling her. They discussed all the details, subtleties and nuances, and then signed the contract. Mrs. Goldberg wrote Bruce the first check for a very impressive sum. The contract required him to fly here every 2 months to check on the progress of the work. "Next time, we should select the plants that will be needed," Bruce thought as he flew home on the airplane. "I've already found recumbent pines, so I'll need to look for some more flowering trees." The children greeted their father happily. The girl didn't leave his side that day, and the son talked non-stop about what they had been doing all the time without their father. Sandra was also quite delighted with her husband's fees, but when Bruce was left alone with her in the evening, she again kept aloof and cold. "Sandra, don't you have any feelings for me?" he asked, his voice filled with vexation. His wife didn't answer him, and, citing a headache, went to her room. Fall quickly flew by, and the new year was approaching. The project was progressing well. Joanna enjoyed everything about it, feeling that Bruce understood her on a deeper level. However, they both knew they had to remain realistic and accept that not everything they planned would be possible. Despite this, the garden owner spared no expense and was eager to explore new and incredible experiments. As New Year's Eve approached, Phil asked Bruce, "So, when are you leaving next time? Things seem to be going well." "Yes," Bruce smiled. "Joanna is truly passionate about her garden. She is determined to see it come to life. Not only is she willing to invest money, but she is also patient." "I never thought these wealthy people would go for it," Phil said arrogantly. "They're usually very cautious and hesitant to spend any extra money. But here we have such generosity. Why don't we sell her something else, since she's already so loyal?" "Phil, what are you talking about?" Bruce replied in shock. "She is already paying us more than we need." "Well, if I were you, I wouldn't miss the opportunity." Phil winked at Bruce. "In our company, we have always worked and will continue to work honestly," Bruce stated firmly. "We will never deceive our clients." Phil left Bruce's office unhappily. while Bruce glanced at his watch and hurried off to an important meeting. Along the way, he stopped at a flower store. He took a deep breath, enjoying the fragrance of white roses, and thought, her favourites, a symbol of our love and the approaching new year. No, a symbol of new beginnings. We will start anew. Meanwhile, Phil also went to a meeting, but it was with his lover. He greeted her warmly in a small cafe on the outskirts of town. Hello, Sandra. How glad I am to see you. A few years after Bruce married her, Sandra began a passionate affair with Phil. The woman contemplated leaving her husband, but decided to wait when she discovered she was pregnant. She was also afraid of losing her promising husband. As for Phil, it was all a game and a form of revenge. Back in college, he had been jealous of Bruce's talents. Phil, on the other hand, was just an ordinary guy who didn't excel academically. However, when Bruce mentioned his plans to start his own company in their final year, Phil started to befriend him. Bruce believed he needed at least one trustworthy person to help him establish the company, so he chose Phil for that role. Little did Bruce know that Phil had ulterior motives: to gain his trust, and once he became wealthy, betray him. And that's exactly what Phil had been doing all these years. When Bruce married the beautiful Sandra, Phil's envy intensified. He wanted to take everything away from Bruce, to feel superior rather than living in his shadow. Phil didn't have to try hard to seduce Sandra, and so, for over 4 years, Sandra and Phil engaged in a secret affair. What did you find out from him? Sandra asked impatiently. Unfortunately, Sandra, he won't agree to it, Phil replied sadly. And if I were to do it myself, I would be caught immediately. Phil, what are we going to do now? Sandra pleaded. I can't continue living like this with him. I had so much hope that you could make money from this project. And we could live together, maybe even go to Europe or to the south of the country. What do we do now? Why don't you trick him into signing some documents? Let him transfer a large sum of money to your account, and then we can leave right away. Sandra, it's not so easy, sighed the man. Bruce scrutinizes every document that concerns this Joanna. There's nothing to be done here. How shall we get rid of him then? Sandra said impatiently. After all, you promised me we'd be out of here after New Year's. Well, if I promised, then I'll do it, he replied grudgingly. I have an idea, but I need to thoroughly think about all the details. Bruce and his wife decided to celebrate New Year's Eve at home. His parents died long ago, so he had no close relatives. Sandra's parents lived in a remote town 1,000 kilometres away from them, so they could not come to visit. Bruce, come to my place after New Year's, suggested Phil. Anyway, I'll have nothing to do alone. Phil, when will you get married? Bruce joked. Are you going to be a bachelor for the rest of your life? Don't worry, I'll get married soon. You'll soon see for yourself, grinned Phil. When are you going to introduce your fiancée to me and Sandra? Bruce was surprised. Who is she? You haven't told me anything about her. When the time comes, you'll find out all about it yourself, Phil said mysteriously. Well, I'll be waiting for you on January the 2nd then. Okay, agreed, Bruce said and hung up the phone. He tried to stay out of his friend's personal life, so he especially did not ask him about his women. When they were young, Phil sometimes told him about his love adventures, but after Bruce got married, he stopped discussing such topics with him. And then Christmas came. The children were eagerly unwrapping presents under the tree. And this is for you, my love. Bruce handed his wife the keys to a new car. Sandra grabbed the keys and ran out into the yard. There was an expensive red car. The woman looked at it in shock. She was in the real rapture. Thank you, Bruce. God, I've been dreaming of it for so long. It is simply peerless, cried Sandra in admiration. Bruce wanted to use this gift to strengthen his relationship with his wife, but once again he did not succeed. Sandra, despite the gift, remained cold like a rock. "Bruce, well, did she like the car?" asked Phil, calling his friend a few days later. "Yes, very much," replied Bruce. "She was dancing with happiness in front of it." "Well, I told you this would be the best present for her," laughed Phil. "Good thing you listened to me." "Yes," his friend answered him, without much cheer. "The main thing is that she liked it. Oh, by the way, you can come a day early. We'll spend an evening together, discuss plans for the next year, and you'll just have a break from your wife and children. And Sandra will come with the kids the next day," Phil suggested. After New Year's Eve, Bruce, as it had been decided before, came to Phil in the evening in his car, and Sandra and the children arrived only on the next day, bringing gifts for Uncle Phil. "Eddie, Bonnie," Phil opened his arms, welcoming. "Well, children, Happy New Year." The children happily rushed to him. The man grabbed the girl and hugged her tightly. Half an hour later, everyone was sitting at a richly set table. "Well, come on, tell me, how is our Joanna?" Phil asked after dinner. "Did you wish her a Happy New Year?" "Yes, I've called her," Bruce answered. "We exchanged pleasantries. She assured me once again that she would not part with us until we finish her garden." "Well, that's good," Phil laughed. "Yes, if everything goes according to plan, it will truly be a magical garden." Bruce sighed dreamily. "I have calculated every little detail in the project. I have a growth process scheduled for each tree, but that's only in the first few years, after which the garden will begin to live its own life. I can't even describe how I feel when I visualize it in my head." "A garden is like a garden," his deputy calmly stated. "Although no one before you planned gardens like this, and no one introduced horizontal elements in this way, so it will certainly be different from all the others. You are right about that. By the way, do you want to move down south with your family for the project? And I could stay here to take care of business." "Joanna said she's willing to pay for a place for me and my family to live, but I haven't decided to do that yet," Bruce sighed. "There are some serious projects going on here too, so I'd probably rather stay here for now." "Well, that's up to you," Phil replied indifferently. "Do as you see fit." "Well, I'll probably go with the kids home. It's getting snowy. Happy New Year, Phil," Sandra said and stood up. "Yeah, and I'll go with you." Bruce got up from the couch. "I've got more work to do today." "Bruce, what a fool I am. I forgot about my present to you," Phil laughed. "Please stay for a while. Your business won't go anywhere, and I have something special for you." Reluctantly, Bruce agreed. The men walked Sandra and the children to the car. "Yes, it's a nice car," Phil whistled. "I can imagine how much money you gave for it." "My wife is worth much more," replied Bruce. "Sandra deserves the best." The woman smiled dryly, thanked him for the compliment, and getting into the car, immediately drove away. "Well, Bruce, let's go." Phil tugged his friend. The men entered the house and went up to the second floor. Phil led his friend into his study. The room had a small window that faced the opposite side. They talked about life for about half an hour, when Phil suddenly stood up and took out a book from the bedside table. Bruce took it carefully. "Wow," he said excitedly. "The book of André Le Notre. That's the gardener of the Sun King, Louis XVI. He designed the gardens of this. Where did you get it?" "I found it at the flea market, Bruce." I think so. Let's come. Enjoy the book and I'll go look," Phil said suddenly. "It's unbelievable," Bruce marveled. "This is the foundation of the whole landscape design." The man looked at the diagrams and sketches with pleasure. Although the book was written in French, the language of the drawings was universal. "These are his edges." Bruce ran his finger over the drawings. Yes, the French were still the trendsetters of landscape fashion. A little reckless than the English, so they got ahead of the curve. How many gems apart? The designer could not take his eyes off the book. Bruce refused. It's such a rarity. You can't buy such a book anywhere now. My dear friend, take it from the bottom of my heart. Phil patted Bruce on the shoulder. But what about something to drink? Phil, thank you very much. But I have to go already, Bruce said, impressed by the gift. And they promised heavy snow today, and it's already icy outside. All right, Phil agreed. Then I'll see you in a week. I hope you'll get some rest before then. I'd like to hope so too, Bruce sighed. There's work to be done. The men said their goodbyes and Bruce got into his car. The gate automatically swung open and he drove onto the street. Be careful on the road, there's heavy ice, Phil warned him as a farewell. Bruce waved him off and, turning on the wipers, drove carefully towards the road. Oh, come on, cursed the man. There is not only ice on the road, but also the snow, like the wall. I should have gone straight after Sandra. OK, I'll get on the highway, then I'll add some speed. I need to go home quickly. 10 minutes later, the man was already on the highway. It was snowing so heavily that it was almost impossible to see anything. Bruce felt that there was no ice on the highway because of the chemicals and increased the speed a little. He had passed the straight part of the road, but now there were several difficult turns. Before the first turn, Bruce tried to slow down, but the car continued as if nothing had happened. The man became nervous and started to hit the brakes, but nothing changed. The car drove onto the elevated part of the turn, and from there it simply flew down into the ravine at full speed. Feeling the strong impact, Bruce immediately lost consciousness. He didn't know how long he was unconscious, but at some point he heard a voice above him. He came to his senses. When Bruce managed to open his eyes, everything in front of him was blurry. After a few minutes, his vision began to focus, and he noticed the drip. He couldn't move, and his head wouldn't turn either. You're here for a long time, the doctor told him. I'm sorry, but we can't provide any prognosis. You'll live, but the question is, how? What happened to me? Bruce tried to ask. I remember my car flipping over. Unfortunately, there were many accidents that day, the doctor sighed. You weren't the only unlucky one. Several people lost their lives due to the ice. My brakes didn't work, Bruce tried to explain. That's why I lost control of the car. Because of the icy conditions, the doctor clarified. The car can't brake on a surface like that. Bruce wanted to say more, but he remained silent helplessly. He needed to conserve his strength. He remembered Sandra visiting him a few times, but he couldn't speak at the time. Finally, the day came when Bruce could talk to her. Hi, Bruce, Sandra said seriously and slightly cold. You frightened us all. Phil also wanted to come to see you, but no one else is allowed yet except for me. How are the children? The man asked quietly. I wish I could hug them, Sandra. I miss them so much. They're doing well, replied his wife. They miss you too. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid to bring them in just yet. I understand, said her husband. How about work? Has anyone informed Joanna that I'm currently in the hospital? I'll be out soon and can continue working. Bruce, Sandra said cautiously, you need to know that your career is over. You won't be able to walk again. Bruce stared at her in shock. After a moment, tears spilled from his eyes. How could this have happened? He couldn't calm down. My God, is it really true? Yes, the woman replied briefly. Your spine is seriously damaged. A few days later, Phil also came to see Bruce. He was greatly concerned. Bruce, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, he wept. I insisted that you stay with me longer. Phil, what's it got to do with you? Bruce replied sharply. Did you ice the road and pile up snow? I'm not sure, but I had the feeling that my brakes were failing. Really? And the cops said that with this kind of ice it happens. Phil replied calmly and then changed the topic. Bruce, I had to take over Joanna's project. She called us many times and asked us to resume work. In the end, she asked me to take charge of the project. She wants you to be in charge of the project now? Bruce whispered in shock. But what about me? What am I supposed to do now? I don't know, friend. Heal, smiled Phil. Maybe you'll be able to get up. Then you'll get back to your business. Would you mind signing some papers? Only now it came to Bruce that he could no longer work. He sobbed quietly. Phil gave him water and held out a pen. Bruce signed all the documents without complaint. If you want to sell your business, I'll buy it from you. Phil said goodbye. Bruce, you'll need a lot of money for treatment. After Phil left, Bruce fell into a deep depression. He did not want to see anyone. 3 months later, he was discharged and brought home in a wheelchair, and the only ones who were still happy to see him were his children. Bruce, I can't go on like this, sobbed Sandra a week later. How are we going to live like this? You have no job, and soon we'll run out of money. I'm sorry I didn't want to tell you, but your company is bankrupt. Bankrupt? How could it be? It's only June now. It's not like I've been absent for years, Bruce said in horror. Phil didn't tell me anything about this. He just didn't want to upset you, Sandra sighed. They were all focused on the Joanna project, so there was no one to do the rest of the business. You were out of time on 2 big projects, and the customers are asking for a refund and moral damages. Phil will come today and tell you everything himself. In the evening, Phil came into Bruce's bedroom with a sad face. It was obvious that things were really going badly. Phil, what's going on? Bruce shouted in anger. Have you ruined our firm? Bruce, calm down, said his deputy calmly. I will pay you 20% of the cost of your company. I'm sorry, but with company debts like that, I can't offer you more. As for Joanna, she's willing to work with me. All right, Bruce replied coldly. But on what grounds do you use my project to work with Joanna? That's not just copyright infringement, Phil. That's theft. Phil stood up calmly and took a folder out of his briefcase and held it out to Bruce. Bruce, I'm sorry, but Joanna changed her mind, he said. When you went into the hospital, she asked me to change the project because her husband and she changed her mind. But how? We'd already done so much work to change the landscape. Bruce couldn't believe it. With their money, they can do anything, Phil sighed. Today they're digging holes and removing soil, and tomorrow they're building hills. Bruce burst into tears. I've lost everything. That's why I want to help you, friend. Phil hugged him. I offer you a good sum of money to buy out your company. Bruce agreed and signed all the documents the next day. Another week later, his wife came into his room. Bruce, I'm sorry, but we're leaving, she said calmly. You're a grown man and you realize that I need to feed my children. But I have enough money for 5 to 7 years. The man begged her to stay. Sandra, I can't live without the children. I beg you, stay. Bruce, you are an egotist, shouted Sandra. At least think about our children. You already have someone? Bruce's eyes filled with blood. I'm asking you, answer me. Did you really think I was going to sit here for the rest of my life rotting away with you? Look at you. You mean when I wasn't disabled and had money, everything suited you? Bruce shouted angrily. Get out of here! You're just a corrupt wretch. From that day on, it was as if something had broken in Bruce. He turned into a creepy, grumbling creature. The man constantly yelled at the workers of the house. Those who had worked for him for a long time simply did not understand what was happening to him. I hate it, shouted the owner late at night in his bed. I hate everyone. God, if you had a single drop of pity for me. I beg you, stop all this. But it was as if the heavens did not hear him, and every day the pain grew worse. Bruce didn't know how to deal with it and poured all his anger onto the remnants of his staff. What is this? He looked angrily at the cook. I'm not eating this. Do you think that just because I'm disabled, I've become a pig? He shouted at the top of his voice. He angrily threw the plate from the table to the floor and went in his wheelchair to his study. He began to dump all his documents, projects, and books on the floor with hatred. "I hate all of you. I hate this house. I hate myself," he shouted in rage. More than once, Bruce thought of doing something bad to himself, but there was a rod inside him that wouldn't let him bend. The pain was so unbearable that he thought he was going mad. So about a month passed, and people who worked for him were gradually dismissed. Only one gardener remained. Bruce. The elderly man stroked his master's head. "You are a kind guy. There is no evil inside you. Accept what has happened, and life will surely show you the way out. You, like any genius, are a hypersensitive person. But if you look at things differently, everything will change." Terry packed her bag with trembling hands. How many times the woman had imagined that the day would come, one day, and the prison gates would open in front of her, and she would finally be free. However, when that day arrived, Terry felt no emotions, only a strong shiver running through her. The woman stepped out of the cell. She was separated by several doors from her new life. Her heart pounded frantically in her chest. As the prison gates closed behind her, she hesitated for a moment, then clenched her fists and walked forward quickly. "I'm never coming back here again," pounded in her temples. "God, can you hear me? Never." Terry had spent her entire life with her grandparents in a small village. She met her fiancé Adam at the age of 20. Her grandfather was still alive. However, within a year of their marriage, he passed away, and the young couple decided to sell his house. Adam added some money, and they purchased a nice dwelling in a nearby, larger settlement. The first 2 years, Terry and Adam lived well, but over time, Adam began to drink and go out. Soon after, he found himself in an unpleasant situation where he was framed and demanded a large sum of money. Both Adam and Terry started thinking about how they could escape from this situation. Adam borrowed a large sum of money from several friends, and they decided to go to the capital to earn money to pay off the debt as soon as possible. Terry and her husband found jobs at a large warehouse and worked together for almost a year. They managed to pay off part of their debt, and then Adam said that he was offered a job in their town, and soon he left, and Terry continued working as a packer in the warehouse. After another 6 months, the couple finally paid off all their debts, and Terry was ready to return home. However, one day, her neighbour revealed a shocking truth to her. "Terry, I apologise for meddling in your business, but your husband has been living with Kelly for a long time, and she is pregnant with his child." Terry felt as if she had been hit with boiling water. Her heart raced as she called her husband. "Terry, you're a grown woman," Adam calmly replied. "I no longer want to live with you. I have a new family now. Leave me alone." "So, you used me to buy a house and pay off our debts, and now you want to abandon me?" Terry scolded. "Then give me back all the money I earned." "What money?" Her husband cynically laughed. "Did I ever force you to do anything?" It didn't take long for Terry to find out that Adam never had any debts. He had simply invented this story to take ownership of all the money she had earned. Thinking over her situation, Terry decided to stay in the city for the moment and earn money for a lawyer to sue for division of property. She continued to work in the warehouse, but there was a strange employee named Dermot who made her uncomfortable. He would look at Terry with a sneaky and unsettling gaze. She became afraid of him. At first, Terry tried to ignore him, but she soon realised that he was constantly following her. "What does he want from me?" she thought. "Just his presence fills me with fear." One day, Terry worked the night shift at the place with Dermot. The girl's mood immediately soured. It was already about 3 o'clock when she went out to the toilet. Suddenly she heard someone coming. It was Dermot. Terry herself did not know how she got away from him. The restroom was on the other side of the workplace. She needed to reach the central part, then go down to the first floor through an open staircase, and finally run down the corridor to be among people. Terry rushed forward with all her might, but on the stairs Dermot caught her. The girl screamed loudly. The man grabbed Terry and tried to drag her upstairs, but she somehow twisted and pushed him with all her strength. He couldn't hold on and fell down. The distance to the first floor was short. He probably wouldn't have been hurt so badly if there hadn't been a platform with prongs at the bottom. Unfortunately, Dermot ran into one of them. The court considered that Terry defended herself, but since the man died, she was given a sentence. The girl's investigator directly told her that if she paid him money, she would not be put in jail. "Adam, I beg you, pay me a share of our house," Terry pleaded with her ex-husband. "I could go to jail." "Terry, what share are you talking about?" he asked, annoyed. "Each of us has been living our own lives for a long time. What you did there is none of my business. Don't call me again." So Terry ended up in jail. After serving her sentence, she went to the Department for Social Protection and Rehabilitation of Prisoners. "A room in the dormitory and a place at the factory. That's all we can offer you," the employee said sternly. Terry nodded sadly and wandered to the specified address. It was April and it was still cold. The woman wrapped herself in her old jacket and cried. "It is so unfair. First I had been working for my husband like a slave. Then I went to jail for nothing. Did I want to hurt him?" she thought. "But if he had gotten his way, he might have gone to jail. Everyone would have pretended it was no big deal. In their opinion, I should have just let him do whatever he wanted to me and kept quiet." Finally, Terry sighed and opened the door to her room, and the rest of the evening Terry cleaned it. Finally, she took a shower and went to bed. But in the middle of the night, she was awakened by some noise. The neighbours on the floors were cheerfully celebrating something. They didn't care about anyone, screaming at the top of their lungs. "Welcome to freedom," Terry muttered, wrapped herself in a blanket and tried to sleep. The dormitory was a troubled place. No one kept track of what was going on there, or who was bringing others to their rooms. "God, as soon as I earn some money, I'll get an apartment," Terry dreamed. A few days later, she visited the factory. The conditions there were no better than in her dormitory, and the wages for hard physical labour were very low. Most of the workers there were former prisoners like her. "How am I supposed to live on that?" the woman angrily asked. "They don't consider us human beings at all." Terry started working at the factory, and in her spare time she tried to find another job. She made calls, but because of her criminal record, no one wanted to hire her. Terry became more and more depressed. "And why do I need such a life?" thought the woman. "It's better to just lie down and die." Terry lay down for several days in her room. After 5 days, her body began to beg for food so urgently that she could not bear it, and got up. Staggering, she wandered through the streets and finally found herself in a park, where she sat down on a bench and wept bitterly. "And this too shall pass," she heard someone's voice. "It's all just a moment in the endless time of life." Terry looked at the strange elderly sitting next to her. "Do you think that if everyone rejects me today, then tomorrow they will change and accept me?" "Why would you wait to be accepted?" The stranger looked at her carefully. "Right now, start accepting yourself. Do you live for others' opinions or to be true to yourself? It's your life, and only you have the right to do something with it. Others can't influence you." "You're probably right, but I still have to feed myself. I need a roof over my head, and I don't have any money. They won't hire me for a regular job." And Terry told all her story to the stranger. "You know, I have a good friend," replied the old man. He is a very kind man, but like you, he has faced unpleasant events in his life and is currently in a deep crisis. You could help each other." "I agree, but only if he pays me for my work." Terry rejoiced. "I can do everything around the house. I've never stolen anything from anyone. I'm a reliable person." "My name is Mr. Selleck." The stranger held out his hand. "I'll talk to him today, and I'll meet you here at the same time tomorrow." The old man stood up and wandered towards the bus stop. An hour later, he arrived at the gate of a big house. "Bruce, Sonny, good afternoon." The gardener greeted the owner, who was sitting in his wheelchair on the terrace. "How are you doing?" "Hello," the man replied. "I'm the same today as yesterday." "Bruce, you know that I love you like a son." The old man began the conversation. "But I'm getting old, and I can't take care of you anymore. I only have enough strength left to do some gardening. Son, you need someone to take care of you and the house." "I don't want to see anyone, you know that," the man replied dryly. "Bruce, you won't go to the grave alive." The gardener looked at him sternly. "And if God has left you alive, then you are needed here for something. Humble your pride and accept it. Were all the great masters healthy? When Beethoven composed his 9th Symphony, he was practically deaf. Sonny, it's time to start living again." Bruce looked at the old man carefully. Mr. Selleck was the only person who truly loved him. He had been with him in both wealth and poverty. He didn't even take money for tending the garden. "All right," Bruce answered at last, "but I don't know where I can find a good person." "That's okay, I'll help you." Mr. Selleck smiled. "There is a woman I have in mind, but she has faced the same big trouble as you. They put her in jail for nothing." "You want an ex-convict in my house?" Bruce said in shock. "She's as pure as the first snow," replied Mr. Selleck. "Trust me, I know people. It's just that she has been unlucky in life. Like you, she was abandoned by everyone." "That's right," Bruce sighed. "You were right about Sandra, and in the end it turned out just as you said." "Sandra is in the past." The gardener patted Bruce on the shoulder. "You need to move on with your life." "All right. Have your protégé come tomorrow. For your sake I'll try," replied the master sadly. "No, Bruce, it's time to do something for your own sake." Mr. Selleck looked him straight in the eye. "Good afternoon, Terry," said Mr. Selleck with a smile the next day. "Are you ready to start a new life? Be patient. Bruce is not in the best shape now, but when he comes to his senses, you will become true friends. You see, he's like a son to me. And what can a father wish for his child? Only one thing: happiness." Terry felt extremely nervous throughout the entire way. She realized that this meeting could potentially change everything in her life. "Well, here we are." The gardener opened the gate of the large house. "Bruce, meet the guests." A man with a stern look appeared on the porch and scrutinized the woman from head to toe. "Can you handle household tasks?" he asked dryly. "Cleaning, cooking, ironing?" "Yes," Terry replied quietly. "I used to have my own house and I took care of everything myself." "Why don't you have it any more?" Bruce asked with interest. "Did something happen to it?" "My ex-husband took it away from me, and he now lives there with his new wife," Terry replied. "All right. My name is Bruce. I am the owner of this house. I used to have a family too, a wife and children. However, when I became disabled, my wife left me for another man. I've shared my story with you, and I hope you won't inquire further about it." "Okay," Terry nodded. "I understand. I won't pry into your personal life and ask about your past anymore." From the first few days, Terry could sense that Bruce would not be easy to work with. It wasn't that he bothered her or distrusted her, but he was always dissatisfied with something, whether it was the soup being too salty, the shirt not properly ironed, or streaks left on the floor after cleaning. "Be patient, Terry," Mr. Selleck encouraged her. "He's not angry with you, but with his ex-wife. He's frustrated with life, feeling abandoned by his friend. If you can understand that, it might help you feel better." Terry herself began to see Bruce's openness and kindness, even though he tried his best to conceal these qualities from others. "Mr. Selleck has trimmed the pine tree. I took some branches for a bouquet," said Terry one day. "Oh, bring it here," Bruce requested. "I'm curious to see it." The woman brought a bouquet of pine branches and white roses and handed it to him. He examined it carefully. "Why white roses?" he asked Terry with interest. "Why didn't you include any red ones?" "I believe that combining the pine tree with white roses creates a bouquet that represents nobility and purity," Terry explained. Bruce gazed at her intently, then shifted his attention to the bouquet. "Terry, please bring me an album and watercolours from my table," he said finally. "I want to sketch it." An hour later, Terry was examining the sketches. One of them depicted a pine tree adorned with white roses, while another showed towering rocks resembling cliffs, with white roses weaving through them. The roses didn't completely cover the rocks, but their shoots on the sides greatly expanded the space. "Very beautiful," the woman exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Now I can clearly see what I wanted to tell you. You have a great sense of the essence and content of things." Bruce initially smiled, but then, as if suddenly awakening, he angrily snatched his drawings from Terry's hands and tore them up. "It's all nonsense," he shouted in anger. "Take your bouquet away from here and leave me alone." He quickly turned his wheelchair and made his way back to his room. The housekeeper gathered the torn drawings. She was hurt by Bruce's behaviour, but she felt even more sorrowful for him. She had heard from Mr. Selleck on multiple occasions that Bruce had a true talent, but he rejected any attempt to regain his former self. Terry worked for her new employer every day, except on Sundays. It took her nearly a week to organise the house, but now things were much easier. She even had some spare time and began to assist the gardener. Almost a month had passed. Bruce still spoke to Terry through gritted teeth, and only when it concerned business matters. Then one day, Bruce approached her. "Terry, would you mind accompanying me on my walk?" he said coldly. "I would like to go down the street." "All right," the housekeeper replied. "I'll just take off my apron." They walked in silence along the deserted street. Suddenly, Terry heard the sound of someone crying. "Is it a bird crying?" the woman asked aloud. "Or maybe a cat meowing? Wait a minute, I'll take a look." Terry reached into the bushes and saw a puppy stuck in the fence. After about 5 minutes, the woman finally managed to pull it out. The dog wagged its tail cheerfully and rushed to its saviours. "Hey, buddy, are you going to follow us like this?" Bruce asked. "Where is your home?" "He is homeless, apparently," Terry replied with vexation in her voice, and looked hopefully at Bruce. "Shouldn't we take him in, then?" The man was about to angrily say no, but instead laughed, to his surprise. "Why not? Maybe he can learn to bring my slippers to me." Bruce's smile transformed him, and Terry's breath caught with joy. It was the first time she had seen his true face. All the way back, they discussed merrily what to name their pet and what to do with him next. "Your Rex is a real bully," the gardener said grudgingly the next morning. "He dug up all my strawberries." "I feel Rex is going to cause us many troubles. He probably thinks he's the boss now," sighed Terry. She had just come into the house to say hello to Bruce, but he was not in the good mood this morning. "What's wrong with him?" she whispered through her tears. "Yesterday everything was fine. We had such a fun walk. The dog was saved and we were happy. And today he's sitting like a black cloud again." The mood swings of the owner exhausted Terry. In fact, despite all this, Terry liked Bruce very much, and she dreamed of becoming friends with him somehow. She wanted to talk to him about many things. She admired what he did. When she cleaned his study, the woman often leafed through his scrapbook. Terry enjoyed his projects, his ideas. It was as if she could feel what he wanted to convey in his work, and that drew her to him strongly. Summer was over and it was September. Terry had wanted to leave so many times, but every time when she approached Bruce to tell him that she was quitting, something happened inside her, and Terry clearly felt that she wanted to stay. One day, Bruce asked her to take a walk down the street with him. Rex accompanied them as usual. One must give Mr. Selleck credit. He had raised a noble dog out of this ill-mannered puppy. Rex not only grew up, but he also obeyed all commands and was always by his master's side. "Well, Rex, today you're taking us for a walk," Bruce said and petted his pet. The dog looked him straight in the eyes, then barked and turned towards an abandoned garden. There were pears and apples hanging from the old trees. "Wow, it's tasty." Terry took a bite of an apple. "I'll make us some compote." Bruce looked at the woman, his eyes filled with tenderness. Terry stood opposite him and smiled. She caught his gaze and let her eyes droop with embarrassment. They returned home in silence. Each of them was thinking about something different and did not want to disturb the other. Terry helped her master into his study. On the table she saw some sketches. The woman came closer and examined them with interest. "Bruce," she cautiously said, "you are excellent at this." The man stopped smiling and, grabbing his drawings out of her hands, threw them onto the table. "Why do you do that?" Terry couldn't stand it. "Will you stop feeling sorry for yourself at last and take up your work? How much beauty you can bring into the world, how many people you can make happy." "What do you know about me?" the man shouted in fury. "What makes you think I feel sorry for myself? And anyway, I don't need a housekeeper anymore. Get out of here!" "Bruce, why are you doing this?" cried the woman. "I wish you nothing but good things." "Don't feel sorry for me. Don't look at my drawings," Bruce yelled. "Get out of my house. I can handle it myself." Terry, taking her bag, ran out crying. She did not understand what was happening. It seemed to her that she did not say anything offensive to the owner. "That's it, I've had enough," shouted the woman on the way. "I've been through some things in my life too. I'm not a girl to be beaten. Let him live as he wants." Bruce, at that time, took out all the sketches he had recently drawn, threw them into a fireplace and lit them. Laughing hysterically, the man opened a bottle of wine and went to the living room. "Don't you feel sorry for me?" he shouted at the top of his voice. "She thinks I have talent. You all talk like that at first. You all bow down before me, and then when you've taken all you want, you just give up. Where's Sandra? Where are my kids? Where's Phil? Where are my new employees? Where's Joanna? There's no one near me now." The man emptied the entire bottle and fell asleep on the couch. He woke up to a loud noise. Something fell on the floor. Bruce opened his eyes and was horrified to see his house bursting into red flames. There was nothing to breathe in the living room. The man moved into his wheelchair and wanted to leave the house, but a board fell from the ceiling and blocked his way. The wheelchair overturned and Bruce fell. As soon as Rex smelled that something was happening in the house, he jumped up with all his might and flew over the fence. The dog rushed forward at full speed. When Terry heard something familiar barking under her window, she looked out the window and was frightened. Rex was howling like a madman and wouldn't stop. Terry quickly ran outside and asked the neighbour to get her a ride. In 5 minutes they were already at the scene. Bruce's house was on fire. Terry immediately called the fire department. Rex kept tearing into the house and Terry, opening the door, followed him. Finally, the dog barked and Terry saw Bruce on the floor unconscious. She pulled him outside and then brought cold water and splashed Bruce's face. The man came to his senses. "Bruce," sobbed Terry. "God, you're alive, Bruce. I love you so much." "Terry, forgive me," the man said quietly. "I'm such a fool. God gave me a second chance and I rejected it all this time. Terry, I need you so much. I can't live without you." An ambulance came and took Bruce away. Fortunately, he had no burns. He was given an IV and after a few hours, he felt good and was discharged. "Where are we going to live now?" the man sighed, looking at the half-burned house. "Don't worry, we'll think of something," Terry encouraged him. "The main thing is that the guest house didn't burn down. We can live there for now, and then we'll gradually renovate the house." "Terry, Thank you. The man took her hand. Stay with me tonight. I'll just bring some things from my home. The woman stroked the man's head. Because all the things in the house are so stinky with smoke that we won't even take a blanket from there. An hour later, Terry returned with the blanket and pillows and prepared Bruce's bed. Terry, when I was little, do you know what I used to dream about? Looking at the stars through the big window, said the man. I thought that when I grew up, I would definitely fly on spaceships to other planets. I looked at the stars and imagined what flowers and trees could be on them. I saw huge transparent daisies that shimmered in the light. In my head, I had images of trees whose branches grew not downward but upward. Bruce, and why plants exactly? Terry asked with interest, lying on the cot. What is special about them for you? I always knew that plants could talk, Bruce began. After I read the story of George Washington Carver, I was impressed. Can you imagine? He was a slave. He became interested in plants in his childhood. He'd greet them in the morning and put them to bed at night. And then I realized there was nothing wrong with me, that I wasn't going crazy. I was just experiencing the plant world in a very subtle way, and that was normal. When my parents were alive, they always helped me. I had experiments on my windowsill all year round. At school, I took first place in projects and competitions. Gradually, I started to draw. I'm self-taught, but in high school, I felt that I didn't want to study plants as much as I wanted to use them. And the way my heart responded then was landscaping. Bruce, what happened to your parents? The woman asked cautiously. My mum got sick when I was in my 20s. The man sighed. The cancer turned out to be transient. My father couldn't live without my mum, and 2 months later, his heart stopped in his sleep. After that heart-to-heart talk, it seemed to Terry that the fire not only burned Bruce's house, but it also burned away the remnants of the past inside it. It was as if Bruce began to live again. Good morning. The door to the guest house opened, and Terry put breakfast on the table. Well, come on, get up. Something must be done about your house. After breakfast, they looked around the house and what was left of it. A sad sight was revealed to them. Terry, I'll start working again, Bruce said confidently. I'll start a new company. We'll make money and renovate our house. Terry was overjoyed that Bruce was ready to return to life, and she wanted to be useful too and be part of his life. Bruce, I can go to work somewhere or do something in your company. She looked him straight in the eye. I am not going to sit idle at home. I want to do something too, and most of all support you in everything. Bruce realized that he had met not only a good person, but also a reliable friend and a conscientious partner, and the best woman in the world. All day long they put things in order and cleared the garbage. Suddenly the phone rang. Bruce, said the woman, and Bruce caught his breath. It seemed like an eternity to him when someone spoke again. Bruce, I finally got through to you. Why haven't you been letting me talk to you all this time? Joanna asked reproachfully. I asked Phil so many times to talk to you, but he always told me that you insisted that all business should be conducted through him. I've been looking for your phone number for a long time, and only thanks to my husband's connections, I finally managed to find it. Joanna, I'm sorry, but I didn't know anything, Bruce said in shock. Phil didn't tell me anything. After he bought out my company, I never saw him again. I don't understand. According to Phil, you've been supervising our project through him all this time. He told me what happened to you. I'm so sorry, Bruce. Phil promised me that as soon as you're better, you'll personally take over the project again. Meanwhile, he was in charge of the work. I agreed to Phil's terms because I thought you'd be back soon. By the way, Phil moved here with his wife Sandra and 2 children, the eldest of whom is her son from her first marriage. Bruce, Phil has been in charge of the project for over 9 months now, and everything has failed. He doesn't understand anything. A week ago I had to kick him out. He kept asking for more money than the contract, and he did it on your behalf. Bruce, is he true? But even with the extra payments, Phil blew it. I don't know what to do now. We were counting so much on this garden. After talking to Joanna, Bruce couldn't come to his senses for a long time. Terry, the two of them set it all up, Bruce said in horror. God, so I had an accident not because it was icy, but because Phil had done something to the brakes of my car. When he gave me the book, I started to study it. He went somewhere. He was gone for a long time. Terry, they both wanted to kill me. All these years, Sandra cheated on me with him, and according to Joanna, Bonnie is not my daughter but Phil's. The next day, Bruce called Joanna back, said that he agreed to go back to work. 2 weeks later, Bruce and Terry flew to the other side of the country. Rex really wanted to go with them, but it was decided to leave him with Mr. Selleck for a while. Rex, live with Mr. Selleck for a year for now. Bruce stroked the dog. We will definitely come and get you. I wouldn't be surprised if by the time we get back, Mr. Selleck will have taught you how to read newspapers. Of course, laughed the old man. Anything can be. The main thing is that Rex is a well-mannered dog now. He won't be a problem. Don't worry about him, and we'll look after the house together. Bruce and Terry hugged the old gardener goodbye and went to the airport. On arrival, they were met by Joanna's man and taken to the hotel, and at lunchtime they met Joanna herself. Bruce, Joanna hugged him. How glad I am to see you. Don't worry about that. She pointed to the wheelchair. I have already arranged for you to see a doctor. That same day, they went to the mansion. Bruce looked around in horror. My God, what has Phil done here? He whispered. A real mediocrity. How did I never realize it before? Bruce, I know you're a genius, Joanna said, looking into his eyes. I trust you completely. Do as you feel. Joanna, I have some new ideas, the man replied. I'll tell you about them later. A time of hard work began. Besides constantly travelling to the site, meeting with contractors and going to the plant nurseries, Bruce also attended a rehabilitation course. Through her channels, Joanna asked a famous doctor to supervise Bruce's spinal rehabilitation. Terry accompanied him everywhere. She was his personal secretary, manager, housekeeper, and most important critic. Terry, how do you like this combination? Asked Bruce, showing her a meadow of silvery grasses with a scarlet tree in the middle of it. Bruce, it's beautiful, she replied. But you see, it's predictable. To some extent, even habitual. It seems to me that if the tree was purple or blue, it would have looked less ordinary. A purple tree? The designer scratched his head in wonder. Where on earth am I going to find one? I'll have to think about it, though you're right, some dark blue, purple stain would look interesting here. A year passed, and Bruce began to get up. It was real happiness for him and Terry. They rejoiced like children, and even tried to dance together. Bruce began to walk slowly, always with crutches. There were a few months to go until the project was finished, and everyone was very excited, especially Joanna. Rumours that Paul Goldberg and his wife were building an incredible garden had been flying around for quite some time. Joanna was keeping the whole beau monde in suspense with her idea. Bruce was worried sick. He practically did not sleep for the last month. He and Terry were constantly in the garden, checking all the details. Finally, everything was finished. In a few days, there was to be an official opening of the garden, but Joanna and Paul wanted to see the miracle for themselves. Bruce and Terry had specifically refused to accompany them. I don't want to explain anything to you, Bruce explained. Let this be your individual experience. The couple entered the gate, labelled Paul Goldberg Garden. They were greeted by a large, well-maintained area with numerous paths leading off in all directions. Oh, exclaimed Paul. Where do we go now? Anywhere you like, laughed Joanna. In this garden, it's all up to you. Well, all right, let's go this way first, suggested her husband, and they turned to the left. They found themselves in a very interesting place. There were plants with large round leaves, some of which could be walked under. One path ran underneath them. Are they tropical plants or something? Paul looked around with interest. Oh, look at those flowers! The garden was divided into different areas, each connected to the other. At first it seemed like separate pieces, but as they explored, the picture changed dramatically. "Is that your famous horizontal pine tree?" exclaimed Joanna's husband with joy. "You know, it looks very interesting. If I had seen it separately, it wouldn't have made such an impression on me, but together with its surroundings, it looks simply marvellous." The couple wandered about the garden for an hour and a half, and the further they went, the less they talked. They reached the rocks where the white roses were hanging. This part of the garden looked incredible. Joanna closed her eyes and smelled the subtle fragrance of the roses. Ahead, they saw the surface of a lake and headed towards it. They came across a wooden platform with chairs. Joanna and Paul sat down on them and closed their eyes. It was as if they had completely dissolved in nature. After a while, the wife looked at her husband. Tears were running down his cheeks. The man couldn't stop. He looked at the lake and saw his true self reflected in it. "I never thought I could ever experience something like this. And from a garden," Paul finally said. "Joanna, I now understand what you meant." They walked back in silence. Each of them wanted to prolong their impressions as much as possible. The couple left the garden and approached Bruce, who had been waiting for them all that time. "Bruce, you're a genius," Joanna pronounced through tears. "It turned out even better than in my dreams." "Thank you." Paul shook his hand. "It's very hard to surprise me, but what you've done, I would call a real miracle." "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Goldberg, I kindly ask you to let us go home," Bruce said after discussing the garden. "We would like to leave tomorrow." "But Bruce, how? Don't you want to be present at the official opening?" asked the garden owner in amazement. "I have done my job," replied Bruce calmly. "I don't need fame, recognition, or criticism. Some will appreciate my garden and others will create something even better. And some will criticize. Now it's time to return home." And so it turned out. Many people were present at the opening of the garden. Some could not utter a word and could only sigh. Some analysed every detail and tried to label everything. "But is it beautiful?" said a critic. "All the rules of garden architecture have been violated." "Rules are meant to be broken," the other replied to him. "This is a true sensual garden. You should come here not to view it, but to discover yourself." Nevertheless, no matter how much the garden of Paul Goldberg was criticised, people liked it very much. With the consent of her husband, Joanna made it accessible to all people. Visitors from all over the country started coming here. A few years passed. "Terry, have you seen my latest sketches?" Bruce asked his wife. "They're the ones we discussed for Mr. Cahill." "Bruce, look there at the windowsill," shouted his wife from the other room. "Probably I left them there." The man went to the room, found the sketches, and began to ponder. They were now working on a very interesting project. Terry finished things in the kitchen and went out into the patio. "Bruce, let's go and drink tea on the terrace. Mr. Selleck is already here. And Rex," she called her husband. The woman was already putting the tray of cups and brewers on the table in the middle of the patio when a red car stopped in front of the house. "Hi, you must be from Mr. Cahill?" Terry asked in surprise. "I'm here to see Bruce. I'm his wife," the woman said arrogantly. "Is he at home?" "And actually, what is the matter?" Terry asked with interest. "You are too talkative for a servant," said Sandra angrily. At this moment Bruce came out of the house and was very surprised. "What are you doing here?" he asked in amazement. "Bruce, I'm sorry, but you were right," she said playfully. "We need to be together, especially if we have children." "And you've realised that after 3 years, right?" He smiled. "I take it Phil dumped you." "Phil?" Sandra perked up. "What's he got to do with it? He has nothing to do with me." Yeah? Well, I heard you left with him for somewhere warmer, Bruce said with a chuckle. Well, that was a mistake. I regret it very much. The woman lowered her eyes. Bruce, I realized that I love only you, and think not only me, but also about our children. Have you forgotten that we have a family? Sandra, meet my wife, Terry, Bruce said calmly. And not only that, but also my friend and business partner. By the way, Caustic has a brother and a sister, and I know that Bonnie is not my daughter. Sandra became pale. General acquaintances had told her that Bruce had recovered and become rich again, but no one had told her that he had married and had children. Over time, Phil got spoiled by money. He openly dated other women, and after a while he cut Sandra's finances. In the end, she was left with practically nothing. Sandra, even though you were always against Eddie coming to me, I am grateful to you at least for the fact that you were not against our communication with my son by phone, Bruce finally said. I will fulfill my paternal duty. I've already opened a bank account in Eddie's name, and every month I transfer a certain amount of money there. Also, I will pay for food, clothes, toys and school supplies. But for your own entertainment, expensive purchases, mink coats, travels, I suggest you get a job. There's no other way, I'm sorry. I don't have any money for you, and I will never have. If you like, you can leave Eddie to me to raise. And by the way, now I demand that you finally allow him to come and live with me from time to time. I will also be happy to see Bonnie here. I advise you to agree, or I'll take you to court. To hell, you jerk! Sandra wanted to shout at her ex-husband, but quickly came to her senses, realizing that now she was completely financially dependent on Bruce. With a heavy sigh, she slowly wandered down the street, away. Kristen came home not for vacation, not to visit her parents, but out of necessity. She had received news that her mother had been hospitalized. Although Kristen hoped that everything would turn out fine and her mother would recover, her heart told her otherwise. Helen had been complaining about feeling unwell for a while, but hadn't sought medical help because she was always busy. She had worked tirelessly, believing that she would take care of her health once she had raised her only daughter and retired. Unfortunately, it seemed that her health had deteriorated sooner than expected. Now Kristen was sitting by her mother's sickbed, shocked by how much she had changed. The poor woman had become noticeably slimmer and paler in a short period of time. Don't worry, Kristen. The doctors here are good. They'll cure me. Why did you come home? You shouldn't be worried about me, her mother reassured her. But of course Kristen was worried. Her mother was all she had. They had lived together their entire lives. Kristen never knew her father, and her mother had never been married. She had given birth to Kristen from a man she loved and who had disappeared. He probably didn't even know that his girlfriend was pregnant. Thus the two of them relied on each other. Well, mostly Helen relied on her daughter, dreaming of a happier future for Kristen. So the two of them lived for each other, or in other words, Helen lived mostly for her daughter, dreaming of a happier future for her. But now Kristen's only dream was for her mother to recover. However, after speaking with the doctor, she knew that her mother's recovery was highly uncertain. Unfortunately, your mum has neglected her illness for too long. She needs urgent surgery now, but it will cost a significant amount of money. Yes, you can wait for a government subsidy, but it may take too much time, the doctor explained. If we pay it for ourselves, how much would it cost? Kristen asked, feeling a chilling horror. The amount mentioned by the doctor confirmed her worst fears. They had never had that kind of money before. In fact, Kristen couldn't even imagine having half that amount, and she had no idea where to get it. But what other choice did they have? Just sit there and wait? No, that was impossible. So, while holding her mother's weak fingers, Kristen desperately searched for a way out, but realized that there simply wasn't one. Maybe sell our house, but no one would buy it, especially not for that much money. And where would Mum live if we did? There are no other options. Transfer to a distance learning program and get a job? Well, maybe in 5 years I'd have enough money, she thought hopelessly. Go to the city, darling. Helen spoke, trying to sound strong. You need to finish your studies. Don't give up because of me. Do you want me to feel guilty for not being able to do anything for you? What's the point of you being here by my side? I'll recover faster if I know you're doing well. Kristin understood her mother was right. She should go to the city to study, and mainly to find a way to earn money. There must be some way. Maybe she could take out a loan or ask someone there. But here in their village no one could help. Even in the city, who could she rely on? She was a student living in a dormitory, surrounded mostly by other students. She couldn't borrow money from them, not even if some of them had wealthy parents. They wouldn't lend money to a poor student who couldn't even promise when or how she would be able to repay it. Kristin pondered this question day and night, but found no answer. Everyone she turned to sympathized with her, but couldn't offer any help. While Kristin was agonizing over her predicament, a rumor started circulating around her college. Another student, her classmate, was in trouble. However, trouble was not sympathetic to Cynthia or anyone else. Cynthia was a beautiful girl from a wealthy family. She was known for her arrogance and boasting about her father's wealth. She didn't perform well in her studies and relied on money to pass her exams, even the easiest ones. I don't understand why she even bothers going to the college. She could have just bought her diploma, and it would have been cheaper, some people commented. Why does she do it? Who does she want to impress? People from her own circle? Others wondered. Well, she's not that dumb. She doesn't want to be just a pretty face. She wants to achieve something. A few defended her. Kristin wasn't paying attention to Cynthia, but there was one thing that caught her eye. She and Cynthia were very similar. They both were tall and slender frames, had long blonde hair and big eyes. From a distance, or from behind, they could easily be mistaken for one another, if you didn't pay attention to their clothing, of course. Kristin dressed very modestly and would walk to the dormitory after classes, while Cynthia would get into a brand new car and drive to her parents' luxury mansion. But now, things have taken a turn. Cynthia had hit a man with her car, and he was now in intensive care. Cynthia was facing potential jail time. How could she? The students judged. Her daddy will just bail her out. They'll pay off the victim, and the case will be over. You'll see, she'll be walking around here like nothing happened. You never know, the man might be permanently injured, and this girl didn't even have the sense to confess or apologize. Now she's denying it. It wasn't me, it wasn't my car, I was on the sidewalk, I don't know anything. But the incident happened in the centre, where there are cameras all around, capturing it from every angle. It's a high-profile case. She can't get away with it. The man whom she hit was just an ordinary person. Who will stand up for him? Cynthia's daddy will throw him some money, and that will be the end of it. He'll have to stay quiet. But Kristin didn't care about these gossips. She accidentally overheard the conversations and dreamed of getting hit by a wealthy man's car and demanding compensation for the physical and emotional damage. However, the situation was resolved in a much less tragic way. Cynthia's father approached Kristin with an unusual proposal. I assume you've heard about the trouble my daughter got herself into. Well, I don't really care about the moral aspect. I've had enough of her shenanigans for a long time, and it would be nice to teach her a lesson. But reputation, you know what that means, right? I care about my reputation. That's why I'm coming to you for help, Mr. Cattrall said, without any preamble. How can I help you? Kristin wondered. We can help each other. I've heard about your problems with your mother, so here, I can pay for her surgery if you can take the blame for Cynthia's offence. Kristin only heard one thing. He would pay for the operation. She was willing to do anything for that. So without thinking, she blurted out, "I agree." But then she immediately became confused. "But how? I don't even have a driver's license." "That's not a problem. You asked my daughter to lend you her car for a short ride, and being inexperienced, you had a hit-and-run incident. That's all there is to it." "But they said there were cameras everywhere. Won't they recognize the truth?" "What did they see? I've gone through all the footage. All they show is a young girl with long hair. You have the same figure and a similar face, if you don't look too closely. And trust me, no one will be scrutinizing it. You'll go to the police station in Cynthia's clothes and claim that you were the one driving. A confession is the strongest evidence, haven't you heard?" "But I'll go to jail." Kristen was afraid. "Look, if I'm going to do something like this, I won't spare any money. We'll bribe everyone. The victim, the lawyer. I'll find the best one. You'll get a 2-year probation. That's it. You'll have a criminal record, but it'll be a minor offence. And in a couple of years, it'll be expunged. But your mother will be healthy. Isn't that worth it?" "That's not an argument." "All right, I'm ready for anything," Kristen said firmly, looking into the cold eyes of her interlocutor. "I can trust you, right?" "Of course, I am a businessman, and my word has a high price," Mr. Cattrall replied. They discussed all the details, and the next day, Kristen went to the investigator in charge of the case to confess. She claimed that she had asked her friend Cynthia for permission to drive her car. She was confident that nothing terrible would happen. She had planned to drive within the speed limit and follow all traffic rules. However, she got carried away and the accident occurred. "And why did you flee the scene of the accident without even attempting to help the victim?" the investigator asked. "I was scared. I had no license. It was my friend's car and I doubted the man was hurt too badly. He just fell down, that's all." "Why didn't you come right away?" "Because I was scared. I was ashamed. I thought I had let Cynthia down and her parents would fight." The main accused was Kristen. It was unclear from the cameras who was driving. The case did not require a long trial, but everything went not the way Cynthia's father had described. Kristen had a lawyer, but not the best one. She had a free lawyer appointed by the state who had no desire to look for extenuating circumstances. However, Kristen herself did not try to justify herself. She admitted her guilt, cried sincerely, and was ready to ask for forgiveness from the victim. She hadn't seen Cynthia's father since that conversation, so she couldn't ask how her mother was doing. As for Cynthia, Kristen saw her only during cross-examination when she confirmed her words. "Yes, I let my friend Kristen drive my car, but I had no idea she would be so careless." "How could you, Kristen? You promised that everything would be fine, and what did you do? Because of you, my dad is angry with me, threatening to take away my car, and that poor man is in the hospital now," she cried, and Kristen had to apologize. She thought that there had been some mistake with the lawyer, but Mr. Cattrall won't refuse to pay for the operation. He had promised. He was perfectly capable of doing it all. But to her great misfortune, there was no operation. Mr. Cattrall didn't even check with the hospital about Kristen's mother's condition. He just forgot about his promises right after the verdict was announced. However, Helen somehow found out about her daughter being put on trial, and this significantly worsened her serious condition, and the woman died, unable to cope with this grief. Upon learning about the death of her only family member, Kristen felt completely indifference towards everything, and the court sentence, 4 years in prison, was listened to with complete indifference. She was left alone in this world, and did it matter where she was about to spend her days? In the prison, on the outside, or somewhere else? She felt like she was in hell, blaming only herself. How could she trust the word of a man she didn't know? How could she have allowed her mother to die alone, and with the thought that her daughter's life had come to such a conclusion, and now nothing could be changed? Her mum was buried by strangers, and Kristen had to live alone in a foreign and hostile world. She wasn't afraid of the prison. She thought it couldn't get any worse than it already was. And at first, it really wasn't. When she first met her cellmates, they just looked at the new girl, trying to figure out who she really was. Kristen sat down on the assigned bunk and sat there without moving, in a complete stupor. "Well, they've sent us a psycho," one of them exclaimed. "That's for sure. She should be in a mental hospital. They just sit there, and at night they get up and attack everyone," another agreed. But the more experienced women decided to stand up for Kristen. "Come on, it's her first time. She can't get her bearings. Look, she's fresh and clean. She's just afraid of us. Hey, what are you doing? Wake up. You're not in solitary confinement. You should talk to the group. Do you hear that? Or are you really sick? What's your name?" Kristen had to answer, even though she couldn't say it. She didn't want to talk to anyone, to get acquainted. She didn't want to look at anyone at all. The cellmates left her alone at first. Apparently they decided it was necessary to let a person get used to it, and then teach them the laws of life in such a place. She still kept to herself, not because she was afraid or, as some people suggested, despised her cellmates. She simply had no strength for any acquaintances and revelations. She didn't trust anyone anymore. Why talk to people if it only leads to such terrible outcomes? She agreed to do what was required, to observe the rules, to work in the sewing workshop, and not to cause trouble for anyone. But it wasn't enough. It turned out that the inmates had their own laws. At first, the prisoners saw Kirsten as a potential cellmate who could bring in valuable packages, money, or other important items. However, they soon realized that she was lonely and poor, receiving no letters, parcels, or even going on dates. While some people were angry and scornful towards Kristen, others were sympathetic. Not everyone in the prison had a hardened heart. Some supported her and stood up for her when she needed it. "Kristen, don't be so bitter. What's your sentence, 4 years? Before you know it, you'll be on the outside. And if no one is waiting for you, it's for the best. It would be a shame if someone dumped you. But when you come out, it will be like starting a new life. You're young, beautiful, with a great figure and face. Why would you be discouraged?" said a middle-aged convict. "Oh, come on. She isn't such an angel as she is pretending to be," another person angrily responded, who seemed to be around the same age as Kristen, but her face showed signs of a more turbulent life. She was a student, drove an expensive car, and even hit a man. "Pity her, but she'll get out of here. Her rich friends will give her a new Mercedes and she'll hit you." Kristen did not disclose the reasons for her imprisonment to anyone, so many people assumed she was from rich and arrogant kids. Some believed that her relatives had abandoned her because she had done something terrible to them, but over time, most people stopped bothering her. Kristen didn't share her plans with anyone, but she decided to become a model. She wanted to do it for her mother, who had always dreamed of her becoming a model. Finally, Kristen's time in prison was coming to an end. She stepped outside for the first time in 4 years, feeling like a normal free person, but with a sad smile. No one was waiting for her. No one came to greet her. It was understandable. She had to start her life on her own, without hope for anyone. At least she had her old house to return to, where her mother lived. Kristen arrived at her hometown and went to her neighbour Mrs. Brady, who kept the key to her mother's house. Kristen hoped that elderly Mrs. Brady was still alive, and she was indeed alive and well. She recognised Kristen and exclaimed, "Oh, Kristen, you're back, and your poor mum didn't wait. Here are your keys. I've kept them safe. I also kept an eye on the house to make sure no one did anything. My son-in-law is now the local police chief, so everyone respects me. Here are the keys, or maybe you'd like to have something to eat and drink some tea?" "No, Mrs. Brady, thank you. I want to be alone." Kristen expressed her gratitude to her neighbour. She knew about her curiosity and talkativeness and didn't want to spend the whole day in conversation. Mrs. Brady seemed to understand her. She said, "All right, dear, rest for now. I'll bring you some hot tea and a snack." Kristen struggled to open the door and finally entered. The room was empty, filled with a musty smell and dust. Memories overwhelmed her. She thought that she could hear her mother's voice and caught a whiff of her scent, feeling her warmth and love. She moved around the house, which was familiar from her childhood, touching almost forgotten items and engaging in silent conversations with them. Suddenly there was a quiet knock at the door, and the neighbour entered. She placed a thermos of tea and a box of pies on the table, whispering delicately, "Stay alone, dear. Talk to your mother. Here's some tea for you. You can drink it later." With that, the neighbour slipped out of the door. Kristen was left to converse, reminisce and cry. The tears brought relief, washing away the torment of recent years. After calming down, she enjoyed a cup of hot, strong tea and ate pies filled with meat and cabbage, reminiscent of her childhood. Mrs. Brady was an excellent cook and often treated her to delicious food. Kristen began pondering her next steps and the work that lay ahead. There was much to be done, tidying up the house, cleaning, mopping and dusting the floors. However, she decided to leave it for tomorrow. As evening fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, she prepared herself for bed. Opening the closet, she noticed the linens neatly arranged on the shelves, untouched since her mother's departure. Yes, she could start a new life, try to build her destiny in a new way. But what would it be like? Kristen postponed making concrete plans for later. At the moment, she didn't even know where to begin. Perhaps she needed to find a job to sustain herself. After all, she needed to find a source of income. The next morning, Kristen returned the dishes to Mrs. Brady, expressing gratitude and engaging in conversation about their shared past. She had no intention of revealing how she had been deceived and framed. She simply shared what everyone already knew, that she had caused a car accident and served her sentence. It was all in the past. She also discussed her plans, hoping to gather ideas from Mrs. Brady on how to settle down. Unfortunately, her neighbour had no insights to offer. Kristen inquired about news from the neighbourhood, reminiscing about old acquaintances, and then returned home to continue organising her belongings. The entire day was dedicated to cleaning the house. In the evening, she sat by the window, contemplating her next move. Cleaning was exhausting, but it was the easiest part of her journey. What lay ahead was uncertain. During her first year or two in the colony, she often fantasized about gaining her freedom and seeking justice against those who had cruelly ruined her life. Then, somehow, it was forgotten. And now she did not even remember about Cynthia, her father, or their despicable deception. What is there to remember now? It is impossible to undo the past. Hoping that these individuals would feel remorse was futile. They would probably blame her for everything, or even accuse her of threats and insults. Kristen didn't need that negativity in her life right now. She had to focus on herself. The city wasn't far from her settlement, but it was gradually expanding, threatening to engulf it. However, the bus service was infrequent, so getting there was like a challenge. With little hope of finding employment, Kristen ventured into the city for the first time. She simply wanted to revisit familiar places, not expecting to encounter anyone she knew. She was hardly recognizable now, not due to a drastic physical change or aging. It was something in her eyes, a reflection of the hardships she had endured. Her attire also differed from before. Kristen had never been wealthy, but she always dressed simply yet tastefully. However, now her entire wardrobe consisted of a shabby tracksuit, the same one she had worn when she returned from prison. As she walked, she couldn't help but laugh at herself and her secret dream of finding an advertisement for a modelling agency looking for girls. However, glimpsing her reflection in shop windows, Kristen thought, yes, I could be a model, no doubt. She realised that she actually looked excellent. Her hair had grown back after a short haircut, and despite not having the opportunity to take care of her face while in prison, it hadn't affected her appearance. So, if she saw an ad for a casting call, she wouldn't hesitate to apply. She was ready to take a chance. Back at home in the safety and peace of her own space, Kristen entertained the idea of a different life. She wondered, why not live in the countryside, have chickens, plant a vegetable garden? At least I won't go hungry, and there won't be any unpleasant surprises. But she dismissed the thought as a betrayal to her mother. She had to pursue her dream and make her mother proud, even if she couldn't be there physically. Several days in a row, Kristen went to the city, hoping to find some work. Unfortunately, she didn't find a job, but she stumbled upon what she had dreamed of, a casting call for a modelling agency. Kristen was overjoyed. There was a competition in 3 days. The young woman hurried home, making a quick stop at the store to buy some cosmetics for the big day. After all, she couldn't show up at the casting looking pale and dull, could she? She walked past the shop windows displaying beautiful outfits on mannequins, trying not to think about the fact that she had nothing to wear. She pushed those thoughts aside for later and focused on preparing for the competition. She had to give it her all. Okay, I only have 3 more days. Neither the dress nor money will fall from the sky, but I can't give up my life's dream for such a small thing. No, no way. The answer came at home. Kristen opened the closet and saw her mother's outfits. No, Helen had never been a dandy. She simply had no opportunities for that. But she had an excellent taste, and all the few outfits were beautiful and stylish. The business dark green suit will not work. Maybe this blue woolen dress? Mum was gorgeous putting it on. Or what about the grey one with roses? Wow! This mint-coloured silk will be just right. Yes, it was made 20 years ago, but fashion repeats itself. Not exactly, of course, but it's a beautiful dress in perfect condition. Mum only wore it a few times on great holidays. The dress fit Kristen perfectly. It didn't even need fitting. Just air it out, iron it, and you're ready for the catwalk. Shoes. Here you go. White sandals, dainty and also brand new. Poor Mum didn't even wear them, but she left them to her daughter as a blessing. Thanks, Mum, Kristen whispered, swallowing her tears. 3 days later, she left the house, fully prepared. Kristen even ordered a cab because she didn't want to get dirty on the way. She styled her wonderful hair a little old-fashioned, just like her mother used to do. When she was looking in the big mirror before leaving, she almost cried again, seeing not herself, but her mother. But the young woman quickly forbade herself to cry, so as not to ruin her makeup before such an important event. With this mindset, she entered the hall where the young beauties had gathered. Kristen was probably the oldest, or was it the old-fashioned look that added to her age? She heard one of the girls venomously asking, without even lowering her voice, "Where have I come to? A party for people over 30? And the other girls giggled. That wasn't the only remark she had heard. They were intentionally passing by, using wicked wit. She had to listen to remarks about her grandmother's trunk and how it smelled of mothballs, as well as discussions about the fashion trends during the end of the Cold War. The mood was sinking, but Kristen wasn't going to give up. Besides, she noticed that she was prettier than many modern fashionable girls. She had a better figure and a better face, and her outfit looked more stylish than most. However, despite all this, Kristen might not have been allowed to participate in the contest if it hadn't been for a miracle. She was noticed by the person who founded and sponsored the contest, a wealthy man whose word held great influence. It wasn't just the girl's undeniable beauty that struck this man, but her resemblance to his first love. At first glance, he didn't notice Kristen, but the dress that he himself had given to his beloved many years ago. and then he looked up at the face of the person wearing it. His heart skipped a beat. His eyes became blurry. It was his Helen. Mr. Garson fell in love 25 years ago, and as it turned out, that love lasted a lifetime. At first, it may not have seemed that way, just a crush. That's why he let her go. He broke up with her. She was hurt. He couldn't remember what happened exactly. Something trivial, a grudge, ambition. A year later, or maybe even more, his heart started to ache. Where is she, his beloved? He searched for her but couldn't find her. She lived in the city in a dormitory. He went there and they told him, "She's gone somewhere, either back home or she got married." Oh, youth, was it so difficult to find her? But there was no time. Work, studies, business. He met another woman and thought he was in love again. He then got married, but still wasn't happy, and every now and then he remembered her. Helen. Then, many years later, he heard from someone that his beloved had passed away, and now he met this girl. Of course, she is not his Helen, but who? Her daughter? And why did she come to the casting wearing her mother's dress? Mr. Garson had a purpose for being there. He was also involved in the selection process, so he approached the members of the jury and asked directly, "What do you think of that girl over there in pale green?" The chairman of the admissions committee spotted her, checked some papers. "Her name is Kristen Hobbs. She's good, of course, perfect figure, but she's 24 years old. And the outfit she's chosen, well, it's ridiculous. And her movements are awkward. And most importantly, her biography is unclear. Nonsense, we should accept her. She's the daughter of a very important person," said Mr. Garson as he walked away. The chairman shrugged and ticked off Kristen's name. But when the sponsor stepped back, the jury members grumbled. "Here we go, daughters and granddaughters. What can we do? The one who pays gets to decide what he wants. He would even accept a hunchback girl, but the number of places is limited. Because of these relatives, someone will have to be rejected." "Calm down, gentlemen. Yes, we'll have to reject someone, but not for long. We'll figure it out. For now, we can't refuse. But later?" Meanwhile, after uttering the word daughter and hearing Kristen's age, Mr. Garson suddenly thought about it. He saw her date of birth. He stepped aside, strained his memory, made some calculations, and realized that she could very well be his daughter. But even if everything turned out to be true, what should he do? He had a family, not a very successful one, but still a family, a wife, children, and the girl was already an adult, so adopting her wouldn't be appropriate. But he should at least spend time with her, talk to her. He waited for the contest results to be announced, congratulated the winners, including Kristen, who was overjoyed and hadn't expected such happiness. Mr. Garson embraced her gently, ran his hand through her silky blossoming hair, and a few strands became his possession. He decided to do a DNA test to finally confirm his suspicion. He didn't know why he needed it, because he was certain that he wouldn't leave the girl without his help and support. Of course, his wife needed to be informed about the situation too. It wasn't that he was afraid of her or didn't want to upset her. It was because she feared losing him and, more importantly, the money. That's why she was jealous, for no reason at all. She would create scenes, even in front of their 16 and 14-year-old sons. And when she finds out that he has a daughter whom he wants to support in everything, it's terrifying to imagine what will happen. Kristen started working at the agency, but the euphoria of her victory quickly began to fade away. She couldn't help but notice that she wasn't being treated well. The other girls made fun of her, were rude and hostile. It was impossible to establish a normal relationship with anyone. The managers were polite on the surface, but they didn't hide their dislike. One day, Kristen even overheard someone saying about her, "She is because of our special position. We have to take her into account." Kristen didn't like it at all. Why was she in a special position? Who did they think she was? Yes, it seems like I won't be here for long, she thought with annoyance. It's a shame, of course, but on the other hand, what did I expect? All models have short-lived careers. Many people tried to shorten her term of service, and they knew how to do it. Is she really Mr. Garson's protégé? I'm sure she's his mistress. It's obvious. Why else would he come almost every day here and ask about her? He's a married man, and his wife, she will be furious about it. So we should make her a hint. Of course, Mrs. Garson didn't like her husband's closeness to the modelling agency either. Who would like their spouse constantly surrounded by young beauties? So she often visited the agency under the pretense of looking at the models' clothes. And at the same time, she always talked to some of the management. It was beneficial for everyone. Megan could keep an eye on things, and the agency's management could get rid of undesirable girls, like Kristen, for example. During the boss's wife's next visit, among other praises for her husband, she heard the following. Mr. Garson is so attentive. He treats his friends so well, sometimes even at his own expense. We hired that girl at his request. Normally we fire experienced models at 25, but we had to take her. She's someone's daughter, as I heard, and he always comes by, asking how she's doing. Megan carefully observed Kristen. No, she wasn't going to confront her directly. No way. She had her methods, and she had her connections too. She was determined to find out everything about Kristen. And the next day, she got that valuable information, and she brought it to everyone's attention. Are you out of your mind? She's nobody's daughter. She's an orphan with a very difficult past. She lives alone in a village, unemployed because who would hire someone with a criminal record? A D to your HR department. Those gaps could have been filled in 5 minutes. She was in jail. She just got out. She served 4 years. Someone was seriously injured, possibly crippled or even dead. She didn't even have a license. Someone gave her the car, or maybe she stole it. That seemed to be enough for everyone to know within 5 minutes what Kristen was really like. The disgraced girl had to leave the place she had once dreamed of, with tears in her eyes. Mr. Garson wasn't present at the scene. He arrived later after his wife had left, and he immediately was informed about the reason for Kristen's dismissal. Believe me, no one forced her to leave, although you can understand it's not easy working with someone who has such a past. She realized it herself. She said goodbye, packed her things and left. An address? Yes, of course, but we didn't verify it. Mr. Garson went there with full confidence that he would finally reveal the truth to the girl. Kristen was his daughter. Just the day before, he received the results of the DNA test confirming their kinship. However, the address was wrong. Kristen had never lived in the house that she had given him. Mr. Garson returned home, wondering how he would find her. He had once accepted her mother's disappearance, but now he wasn't about to lose his daughter as well. How could you? He snapped at his wife at home. Who let you mind your own business? What could I do? Asked his wife with a voice trembling with rage. I just told the truth. It was you who lied like a fool. You called her your friend's daughter, but I'm certain that she's your mistress. You know, I'm tired of listening to such disgusting accusations. And yes, she's my daughter. Mr. Garson bellowed. Here's a test to prove it. What are you staring at? You knew you weren't marrying a boy. That was before your time. I didn't even know about her. Now I do. And you, Megan, can't change anything. Stunned, Mrs. Garson ran to the bedroom, fell on the bed, and sobbed loudly. Her sons sat down next to her, consoled her, looking judgmentally at their father. He decided to postpone talking to them for a while. They, too, were about to learn that they had a sister, but he needed to find her first. Kristen had deliberately given the wrong address. She didn't want anyone to know she lived in the village. When she ran away from the agency, she returned to her home. She mourned the collapse of her dream and decided that she had had enough of the air castles. What kind of model was she? Tomorrow I'll go to the city and apply for any job. Janitor, cleaner, loader, waitress or whatever. The harder, dirtier is the better. There will be less time for stupid hopes, she decided. Towards evening an acquaintance came by, a former fellow villager who had long ago moved to the city but often visited her family. Mrs. Brady, a kind-hearted neighbour, had hinted to her about Kristen's troubles, so the woman decided to help. "I hear you're looking for a job. I'm looking for a salesman. I have a stall near the station. We sell baked goods. Do you want to try?" "I would, but I have a criminal record," Kristen admitted. "So what? For theft or for fraud? Then who hasn't made mistakes in life?" So Kristen started selling pies and buns near the bus station. The salary was not much, but the work was quiet and did not bring any special problems. And the fact that she was at the workplace alone, without any colleagues, ready at any moment to set her up, Kristen liked most of all. She was totally disappointed in people. The young woman tried to forget about her short work in the modelling agency, about her ambitions, broken hopes. After work in the evening, she liked to sometimes walk around the city. It was a bit boring in the village. That is why Kristen was in no hurry to return to an empty house. Once, walking along the main avenue, she glimpsed a brightly lighted hall and froze in shock. As if on purpose for her, there at one of the tables sat the people who had played the most tragic role in her life, her former classmate Cynthia and her father. She was forced to sell pies and live alone in the village because of them, and they, by all appearances, were thriving. They both looked neither happy nor sad, but rather businesslike. Only Cynthia sometimes lowered her eyes modestly. No one would mistake her for Kristen now, and it wasn't even that the woman was dressed in the latest fashion. Cynthia looked like a self-confident mistress of life. She had gotten a little fat since Kristen had last seen her, but the most annoying thing was that the same rich man, the sponsor of the modelling agency, who Kristen guessed was indirectly responsible for her dismissal, was sitting at the same table with them. Wasn't he the one who had paid too much attention to her, because of which she was considered almost like his mistress? Such hints had been heard not infrequently. She had not even had the opportunity to object. But now these people, by all appearances, have known each other for a long time, maybe even friends. Of course, Kristen didn't even think of approaching. Why should she? And standing under the window, gazing at someone else's happiness, was humiliating. Kristen hurried away, trying not to think about the people who played a terrible role in her life. She went home, because tomorrow morning she had to go to work again. I should stop snacking on pies and take some apples with me for lunch, or I'll become like that Cynthia. Her father didn't take the car away from her, I guess. Meanwhile, she could walk once in a while to be in better shape, Kristen thought, with a slight gloating. The next day, a man in a wheelchair, young but not well groomed, came to Kristen's stall. Before hiring Kristen, the stall owner had set a main condition. Don't pity beggars. You're young, trusting, compassionate, but remember, if you give them even a burnt or stale one, then you won't be able to get rid of them. They'll be all over you. Give for the children, give for the old people, and that keeps the normal customers away. Not only will I have to fire you, but I'll have to move the store. And Kristen strictly followed this rule, not giving in to any requests from various vagrants and drunks. However, she felt sorry for this man right away, so when he timidly asked for a pie as a loan, she couldn't refuse. He didn't look homeless, he wasn't insolent, and he didn't beg for pity. She could see how embarrassed he was, not even raising his face. But when he finally did, Kristen shuddered. His eyes were so blue and innocent, shining with gratitude. She was bewildered, not just because of that, but because the past had come back once again. This was the same man who had suffered because of Cynthia. The same man for whom Kristen had spent 4 endless years in the colony. He wasn't present at the trial, as he was in hospital at the time. However, the investigator showed her a picture of this man, so she could see the good young man she had ruined. "Did you want to go for a ride? And now he'll be lying there for the rest of his life. He is only 3 years older than you." Now Kristen's heart ached at the sight of him. Of course she couldn't refuse him. "You don't think I'm a beggar? I'll get my pension soon and I'll pay it all," he assured her. "What are you talking about?" Kristen was very embarrassed, afraid he would recognize her if 4 years ago he had seen her picture. But she still continued. "Would you like some tea? I have some here." "That would be great," the guy agreed, taking the cup from her. "What's your name?" she asked. "David. And I'm Kristen." They exchanged a few more phrases and Kristen invited him to come again. The rest of the time she couldn't stop thinking about him. Meanwhile, Mr. Garson continued to search for his daughter. He didn't have much time, so he hired a private detective to find out everything about the girl. And the next day, he already had Kristen's exact address, as well as the main stages of her biography. As soon as he could, he went to her house. He already knew where and at what time she worked. Kristen was amazed and not unpleasantly surprised to see Mr. Garson at the threshold of her house. But now she had no need to be polite with him. "Why have you come?" she asked without inviting the man into the house and without a hint of friendliness. "Because I loved and still love your mother, and you were born out of our love. You are my daughter." Kristen stared at him in amazement. "And I have proof. May I come in? I'll tell you what happened. And then you can send me away if you like. I promise I won't argue." Without hesitation, Kristen let enter the man who claimed to be her father. How could she really refuse him? He might be her only family. They talked late into the evening. Mr. Garson shared the story of his relationship with Kristen's mother, their separation, and how he hadn't been persistent enough in his search. He met other women, and he didn't give those relationships more importance because he still remembered his beloved Helen. "I had no idea that you were born. Helen never told me. She didn't trust me, apparently, so now you have every right to kick me out. But please, tell me how your life turned out. I know about your trial." "I'm not going to kick you out. You're the only family I have now. I was imprisoned, but it wasn't my fault. Those scoundrels you were peacefully talking to in the restaurant a few days ago were to blame." And Kristen explained the role of Cynthia and her father in the case. Oh my God. So Helen could have been saved, and that scoundrel? No. But I knew he was a scumbag. But this? Now he'll pay for everything. They asked me to lend them money. A loan. That fool hired his daughter to work for his company. She signed all sorts of documents without even a look. They were on the verge of bankruptcy because of that. Luckily, I found out in time about their participation in my dear people's lives. Now they won't get a penny. Not from me or anyone else. I have someone else to spend it on. What can I do for you, Kristen? Kristen sighed and made up her mind. I don't need anything, but I'd like to help that guy who has become an invalid through their fault. There must be something else we can do. I'll start tomorrow. I'll send him to the best clinic and get all the doctors involved. We couldn't save Helen, but at least we can save him. And what about you, my daughter? Have you considered trying luck in a modelling agency one more time? I'll find you the best agency where you'll fit right in. I'm not sure. I can't work as a model until my pension, even with your help. But let's discuss that later. Right now I really want to help David. We recently met, and although he doesn't blame me, I still feel sorry in front of him. Mr. Garson did not deceive. Soon, David began his examination and treatment. Kristen couldn't say she was in love with the young man, but she saw his blue eyes in her mind all the time. However, their true feelings blossomed when Kristen started visiting him at the clinic, helping him through his long rehabilitation. She shared with him the role that the fatal accident had played in her life and told him that the perpetrators had received their due punishment. They got what they deserved. They paid for their actions. They've lost everything. Cars, houses, everything. They only have one apartment now. They're broke and have no reputation in the business community. Everyone knows about their wrongdoings. They can't even move to another city. No money. And they won't start with a clean slate. Besides, Mr. Cattrall is not young anymore, and his daughter is as dumb as a doorknob. I'm not gloating. I'm just happy that justice has been served. David and Kristen were doing best. The guy recovered quickly, and Kristen gained fame after joining another modelling agency. When David had mostly recovered from surgery and rehabilitation, they had a beautiful wedding, which was a gift from Kristen's father. Marilyn was the kind of girl who dreamed of marriage almost from kindergarten. Her mother always told her that the main thing in life was to get married and have children, that this was the key to a woman's happiness. Despite growing up in an unhappy family with constant quarrels, Marilyn firmly believed in these words. After the death of her mother, Marilyn's life in her own home became completely unbearable when her father remarried. The girl dreamed of getting married as soon as possible and escaping from her cruel stepmother to start a new happy life. During her years of studying at medical school, Marilyn met John. All the girls were in love with the tall, brown-eyed guy who could play the guitar and was considered the life of the party. At first he didn't pay attention to Marilyn, who dressed and behaved much more modestly than her fellow students. However, in their last year of study, he was able to see the charm of the quiet girl that their friends had called a grey mouse. John was a commuter, so after graduation he returned to his hometown. He did not work in his speciality, despite the dreams of his parents, and got a job at a construction site where the pay was higher and the responsibility was less. He and Marilyn began a stormy, long-distance romance. Marilyn visited John every weekend. She met his family and eagerly awaited a marriage proposal. However, John was in no hurry to propose. But his parents liked the potential daughter-in-law, so they pushed him to a responsible decision. Soon they played a wedding and got married. Finally, Marilyn's dream came true. She no longer had to endure the rude attitude of her stepmother and the indifference of her father. Now she had her own family and a cosy nest, a rented studio apartment where she was a mistress and didn't have to adjust to anyone except for her husband, of course. Marilyn was happy to take care of him, create comfort, and cook delicious meals. However, she didn't notice John's indifferent and detached attitude until she became pregnant. It seemed that he wasn't delighted with the news of the upcoming addition to their family. Instead, he constantly reproached Marilyn for mismanagement and arranged scandals. The guy quickly became tired of family life, and when their daughter Amy was born, things went downhill fast. Always tired, exhausted wife, an endlessly crying child, John became increasingly distant, running away to his parents' house more and more often. To make matters worse, his parents, who had recently loved their daughter-in-law as their own daughter, took John's side. They were not interested in their granddaughter and did not try to reason with their son. Despite the difficult times, Marilyn refused to give up hope. She tried to make the best of things and hoped that her husband would eventually come around. However, things only got worse, leaving her alone to face the challenges of motherhood. At first, John stopped bringing money into the house. It turned out that he had gotten into gambling and sports betting some time ago. At first he was lucky, but then he lost big. Not only did he lose his salary, but also his parents' pension, which he almost entirely gave away to repay his debt. It was then that John met a wealthy woman who was 20 years older than him. Caitlin was on the management team of the construction company where John worked. Her children had already grown up and lived separately, and she had divorced her husband several years ago. Caitlin had already missed out on romantic adventures, so when she noticed the young builder's flirtation, she thought, why not? That's how the two became romantically involved. Caitlin helped John pay off all his debts, gave him expensive gifts, and took him to expensive restaurants. The guy did not hide his relationship from his wife and was not ashamed of cheating at all. See how generous women can be? They don't even ask for anything, and on the contrary, they give, he reproached his young wife. Marilyn could not withstand such humiliation and filed for divorce. John did not object. He no longer lived with his wife and was not interested in his child. He did not even come to get his things. Why would he need those old cheap pants and t-shirts when his new lover now dressed him in expensive brand-name clothes? While John was enjoying a carefree life, his former family was barely making ends meet. His parents turned their backs on both Marilyn and their granddaughter. They did not provide any support and simply did not want to help a girl with a child, so she could go to work. And one child's allowance was not enough to live on, even in a rented apartment. The rent was paid a month in advance, but what to do next? Marilyn realized that she had no other choice but to return to her father's house, from which she had left with such joy and such hopes several years ago. That's okay, I'll return to my hometown and start my life with a clean paper. I now have someone to try for, Marilyn reasoned, packing her things. She tried to make herself believe that everything would be fine, that her father would be pleased to see his little granddaughter. However, it was still somehow disturbing. Unfortunately, the inner voice did not deceive the girl. When she arrived at her parents' house, she was not received very cordially. Seeing Marilyn with a baby in her arms on the doorstep, her father could not utter a word of surprise. Her stepmother immediately made a displeased grimace, and instead of saying hello, she asked, "How long will you stay with us?" Hearing that Marilyn had come home for good, the woman flushed with anger. She tried to keep her composure, but the whole spectrum of emotions was evident on her face. She nervously walked around the apartment, defiantly slamming doors and drawers, and her husband ran after her on tiptoe, trying to calm and soothe the situation. Marilyn, who was tired from the road, did not care much about her stepmother's feelings. She wanted to settle down, feed her little girl, and at least take a nap. But when she opened the door to her room, she saw only bare walls and mountains of construction materials. Her comfortable bed, large closet, fashionable desk, and cute pink curtains were all thrown out the room after her stepmother started the repairs and decided to start with Marilyn's room. Apparently, she wanted to erase all the memories of her stepdaughter and cut off her way home forever. Marilyn had to live in an empty room on an air mattress. It was out of the question to let her stepdaughter, with a baby, sleep on a soft bed in the bedroom, or at least in the living room. The stepmother, trying to show her displeasure, didn't even feed her stepdaughter. The father, in response to his daughter's reproachful look, only spread his hands. Marilyn was too tired to make the situation clear, and why should she? Being the heiress of her late mother, Marilyn was a co-owner of the apartment and had every right to be there. So she went to the kitchen, made tea, took a shower, and fell asleep with the baby. At night, the girl woke up and went to the kitchen for a drink of water, but froze at the door when she overheard an interesting conversation. "Why didn't you tell me your daughter was coming? Why didn't you talk her out of it?" resented the stepmother. "I didn't know anything. Wouldn't I have told you?" Marilyn's father justified himself. "Keep in mind that I'm not going to squat in the same apartment with her. The baby will cry endlessly and I'll have a headache," the woman went on. Well, let her live for a while and then I'll talk to her. The man tried to smooth things over. For a while? No, you'll talk to her tomorrow. We have, after all, begun the repairs, the woman declared, pounding her fist on the table. Seeing through the crack that her stepmother was heading for the door, Marilyn slipped back into her room, trying to remain unnoticed. The fatigue lifted like a hand, and she couldn't sleep anymore. Until the morning, Marilyn thought about how her father would behave. In her heart, she hoped that he would stand up for her, and that he would not let his daughter and granddaughter go anywhere. But she realized that this weak-willed man would not dare cross his authoritarian wife. I will stand up for my rights, Marilyn reasoned to herself. Early in the morning there was a timid knock on the door, after which Marilyn's father entered the room. Without wishing his daughter a good morning, without asking how she slept, the man began to mumble something inarticulately. You perhaps overreacted when you left your husband. Things happen in life. People cheat on each other, split up and then move back together. You'd better come back too. You can't leave a child without a father. The man seemed to want to say something else, but didn't have the time, because at that time his wife came into the room. She had apparently been standing outside the door the whole time, listening to the conversation between father and daughter. Realizing that her husband was of little use in the matter, she decided to set the record straight herself. I haven't heard a word from you in years. You never remembered your father and me, and now you show up and disturb our peace. No, you're an adult. You can live on your own. We have our own rules, and there's no place for you and your child here, blurted out the stepmother, clearly pleased with her eloquence. A few hours ago, Marilyn was ready to fight desperately for her place in her parents' apartment, and even planned what she would say to the mean stepmother. But now, looking at this greedy woman and at her father, who was hiding behind her back, she forgot all the words. The girl suddenly became so disgusted that she didn't want to stay under the same roof with these people for even a moment. Without saying anything, Marilyn packed her things and left. She threw her father a reproachful look, but the man only shamefully averted his eyes. Of course, Marilyn would not leave her apartment if she had nowhere else to go. Pride was pride, but she wasn't stupid enough to wander the streets with an infant. She knew that there was one place in this world where she would definitely be welcomed with open arms, and never pointed at the door. A few hours later, the girl was already riding on an electric train that took her to the village where her grandmother lived. When Marilyn was a little girl, her mother often took her to her grandmother's house. The family lived poorly and could not afford trips to resorts, so the girl spent her summer and winter vacations in the village. Mrs. Spruill visited the city, but not often, because she disliked her son-in-law. After her daughter's death, she did not even set foot in her house, believing that it was her good-for-nothing son-in-law who had brought her daughter to a fatal illness. During Marilyn's years as a student, she became preoccupied with her own affairs and worries, leaving her little time to visit her grandmother in the village. They only spoke occasionally on the phone, and although Mrs. Spruill kept calling for a visit, Marilyn never came. Now, in a desperate situation, Marilyn realized that her only option was to go to her elderly relative, whom she had ignored for so long due to her youthful selfishness. When she arrived at her grandmother's house, she hesitated to enter the yard at first. She observed her grandmother sweeping the cobbled paths in the garden and concluded that she had not changed at all in the few years since they had not seen each other. Despite being almost 80, the old woman was still very energetic and active and looked younger than her age. Amy's crying interrupted Marilyn's thoughts. The sudden noise brought the elderly woman's attention to the gate. "Oh, who's crying?" she exclaimed, shielding her eyes from the sun and squinting to get a better look. Mrs. Spruill recognized Marilyn and rushed to hug her, then escorted her inside the house. Seeing her granddaughter with a child in her arms and a suitcase, the woman, who had seen a lot in her long life, understood everything without further questioning. The elderly lady was thrilled to have such dear guests. She was upset for her granddaughter, who at such a young age had suffered betrayal from her husband, become a single mother, and was rejected by her own father. However, Mrs. Spurrell was still glad that Marilyn was by her side, even if it was under such sad circumstances. After the death of her daughter, Mrs. Spurrell had barely seen her granddaughter and was worried that the absentee father would not be able to properly care for the girl. At least now, Marilyn would be supervised and surrounded by care. Furthermore, Mrs. Spurrell was very lonely in the big village house. Now she would have much more fun with her granddaughter and great-granddaughter and receive help with household chores. It becomes more and more difficult to care for the house, garden, vegetable garden, and even the poultry as one grows old, but a strong young woman could easily cope. "Let her study," thought Mrs. Spurrell. "Anyway, after my death, all this will go to her." In her grandmother's house, all of Marilyn's worries dissipated and her despondency disappeared. The care and support of her elderly grandmother were beneficial, and in a couple of days, Marilyn came to her senses. She seemed so cheerful and happy, as if all the troubles from the past months had never happened. The baby seemed to benefit from the fresh air and her great-grandmother's care. She slept well, was cheerful and active, and began to gain weight quickly. Marilyn adjusted to rural life, and her grandmother taught her how to grow fruits and vegetables and take care of chickens. Things went very well, and the grandmother and her granddaughter even started selling their crops at the local market. Marilyn made friends among the villagers, and soon she no longer felt lonely. Life went on as usual, and it seemed to Marilyn that this happiness would last forever. However, 5 years later, grieving came to their home. One day, Mrs. Spurrell caught a severe pneumonia that led to serious complications of the heart. Unfortunately, the woman was never able to fully recover. Once cheerful and lively, the pensioner now rarely left the house, and over time she weakened completely and practically stopped getting out of bed. Feeling that these were her last days, Mrs. Spurrell decided it was time to have a serious talk with her granddaughter. Lately, the elderly woman went to bed early, and she did not even have the strength to watch her favourite TV series. But this evening, she waited until Marilyn finished her chores and put Amy to bed, and then called her into her room. The woman understood what her grandmother wanted to discuss and was very upset. At first, Marilyn did not even pay attention to the fact that the woman held a beautiful carved box in her hands. Mrs. Spurrell started a sad conversation that brought tears to Marilyn's eyes. At first, the elderly woman gave her granddaughter instructions for the future, urging her not to repeat old mistakes. Then she talked about inheritance. It turned out that Mrs. Spurrell had visited a notary long ago, even before her illness, and had bequeathed her house and modest savings to Marilyn. But the most precious thing was in the box that the elderly woman handed to her granddaughter with a trembling hand. When Marilyn opened the box, she found an incredibly beautiful antique gold ring in the shape of a flower with a huge ruby in the centre. "My great-grandmother received this ring as a gift from her husband. They lived a long, happy life together, and since then it has been considered the talisman of our family. From generation to generation, the ring has been passed down the female line, bringing good luck and happiness to everyone," said Mrs. Spurrell. "Why didn't you give it to my mother when she got married?" Marilyn asked, looking at the jewellery in surprise and admiration. "Because she chose the wrong man. My foolish daughter wouldn't have been able to keep the ring from her foolish husband, and he would certainly have sold it," Mrs. Spurrell explained. By morning, Mrs. Spurrell had passed away, and her death shook Marilyn deeply. Despite the support of her neighbours and friends, she felt quite lonely. To avoid going crazy in an empty house, Marilyn decided to get a job. She had a medical degree, and the local paramedic had left for the city a few months ago. The specialists could not be lured to the village by any means, and the villagers were left without medical care and had to travel to the district centre. Thanks to Marilyn, the local medical office was up and running again, albeit only a few times a week. However, the salary of a rural paramedic was meagre, and it was difficult to live on it for two people with a daughter. So, Marilyn continued to look after her grandmother's garden and sell fruits, vegetables and eggs at the market. The income was modest, but it was enough for Marilyn and her daughter. One day, while on business in the city, Marilyn happened to be near a jewellery workshop. She became curious whether her grandmother's ring was truly valuable or just a pretty trinket. The jeweller examined it carefully and quoted an amount that dumbfounded Marilyn. If she sold the ring, the money would be more than enough to move to the city and pay the first instalment on a mortgage. And considering that the ring had truly historical value, a collector would pay a fortune for it. Despite the temptation, Marilyn decided not to sell the ring. She did not want to betray the memory of her grandmother. However, she did not want such a beautiful and significant item to gather dust in a box, so she decided to wear the ring. It reminded her of Mrs. Spurrell and gave her hope for a happy future. 6 months passed, and Marilyn inherited her grandmother's estate, becoming the full mistress of her house. She worked at the nurse's station, and household chores helped her recover from her loss. Life seemed to be getting better slowly. However, one cool fall evening, an uninvited guest shattered Marilyn's peace. Someone knocked insistently on the door. As the only doctor in the village, people often came to her for help. Marilyn thought it was probably a sick neighbour, but she was in for a very unpleasant surprise. John stood on the doorstep, but Marilyn did not immediately recognise him. Her ex-husband had not changed for the better during their years of separation. He had become gaunt, grown a beer belly, and was bald. It was obvious from his face that he liked to drink, which was probably why John looked as if he was going to retire the next day. There was no shame or embarrassment in his gaze, as if there had been no betrayal. It was as if 5 years had not passed. Marilyn was frozen, at first from surprise, and then all her hidden anger and resentment boiled up in her soul. She wanted to slam the door in his face, but John pulled on the doorknob and addressed his ex-wife in a pleading tone. "We need to talk. I won't take much of your time." Feeling pity for him, Marilyn escorted him into the kitchen. She thought, it's a good thing Amy stayed the night at her girlfriend's and didn't have to see her unscrupulous father. But John did not even take an interest in his daughter. He did not ask how Marilyn lived after his departure or how she coped with difficulties. From the threshold, the man began to tell the sad story of his life. At first, the romance with his new lover, Caitlin, developed perfectly. John even thought of making a wealthy lady a proposal to establish a legalised involvement in her wealth. But this was clearly not part of Caitlin's plans. The businesswoman quickly tired of the young lover, who began to behave too intrusively. She realised that John's hypertrophied romanticism was not caused by deep feelings, but by banal greed. In addition, she had another man on the horizon, a grown-up, solid businessman. She decided to end this fleeting romance. John, of course, did not want to put up with the fact that the goldfish was slipping out of his hands, and began to literally pursue Caitlin. In response, she fired her ex-boyfriend and even filed a police report accusing him of harassment. Left at a broken trough, John returned to his parents' apartment and lived off their pensions, drinking and gambling again. He got into debt, forcing his parents to sell their summer house and an old car to pay for it. But this situation did not sober up the negligent son or make him take up his mind. John's mother decided that her son should be married so that some woman could control him. But who would want him like that, drunk and unemployed? That's when the woman remembered her former daughter-in-law. She must have a hard life alone with a child. She'll come right back to you if you just beckon her, John's mother told her son. John decided that his mother's reasoning was not unreasonable and went searching for his former wife. And soon he learned that Marilyn had most likely gone to her grandmother's village. "I'm thinking that it was in vain that we separated then. Well, as they say, in a couple it's always both to blame. Personally, I don't hold a grudge against you, and I think we can start again. And you've got a big house. We'll be comfortable," John reasoned. "Get out!" Marilyn shouted, getting up from the table and pointing her finger at the door. "I'll be off shortly, only if you don't relax too much, because I'll definitely come back again. Know that this topic is not closed," John said with a smirk, glancing at the ring, temptingly glittering on the finger that was still pointing at the door. At that moment, Marilyn was so angry and annoyed that she didn't notice John's eyes glittering at the sight of the ring. She shoved her husband to the back and slammed the door behind him, hoping his "I'll be back" was just an empty threat. But no matter how she tried to reassure herself, she was still very uneasy at heart. Her inner voice told her that since John had reappeared in her life, she should not expect anything good from him. 2 weeks passed. Throughout this time, Marilyn flinched at every knock on the door. Even when someone simply passed by the gate and the neighbour's vicious dog began barking, the girl's soul was filled with anxiety and apprehension. On this particular rainy day, Marilyn was especially uneasy. The village had been hit by a terrible downpour, with thunder and lightning, which seemed to intensify her worries. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. At first it was tentative, but then it became very insistent. It could have been any of the neighbours, but Marilyn was somehow sure that it was John, and decided not to open the door. However, the uninvited guest did not leave, and continued to knock harder and harder. The belligerent woman grabbed the vacuum cleaner stick and opened the door sharply, swinging her weapon threateningly. But upon seeing who was at the threshold, she shrieked and dropped it on the floor. On the doorstep stood a boy of about 7 years old, drenched and frightened. He was crying and mumbling something unrelated, asking for help. But Marilyn could not make out anything. She took the child into the house and asked him to speak again, clearly explaining what had happened to him. It turned out that the boy's name was Alan. He and his father were returning from a fishing trip and decided to take a shortcut by driving through the village when suddenly the man became ill. Fortunately, he was able to stop the car and avoid an accident. The child ran to the nearest house for help, which happened to be Marilyn's house. From the symptoms described by the boy, the woman realized that the man had an asthma attack and that the inhaler was not in its usual place in the glove compartment. Luckily, Marilyn had first aid supplies for all occasions in her first aid kit. She grabbed her suitcase and an umbrella and ran after the boy to the car, where the man was suffering from an attack of suffocation. Help arrived just in time. A couple more minutes and the man would not have been saved. In such a state and even in such heavy rain, it was impossible to drive and continue on the road, especially with a child. So Marilyn invited Alan and his father to spend the night at her place. It was not at all scary to let a stranger into the house, as for some reason, he immediately inspired trust. A man with noble features and intelligent eyes could not turn out to be a crook. Hot tea and a delicious dinner quickly brought the man to his senses. Alan and Amy immediately found a common language. While the children played in the living room, the adults were talking. It turned out that the man's name was Daniel. He was raising his son himself, and his story was very similar to Marilyn's. Daniel had also faced betrayal, which for a long time discouraged him from trusting women and starting any kind of relationship with them. Daniel and his wife Karen had been in love since high school. They could not imagine life without each other, so after graduation they decided to enter the same college. Actually, Daniel dreamed of studying in another city at the university, but his beloved studied too poorly to enter the university. Therefore, the guy sacrificed his ambitions and stayed in his native city next to Karen. After finishing their studies, the young couple immediately got married. The money they earned was only enough to rent a tiny apartment on the outskirts of the city, but even that was enough for the newlyweds to be happy. Soon after, the couple had a son named Alan. It would seem that the happiness of the family should have increased, but it turned out to be the opposite. After the birth of the child, Karen became very irritable. She suddenly became cramped in a tiny apartment and began to reproach her husband for a lack of money. Daniel did not take offence at his wife and took her reproaches as a guide to action. He got a second job, thanks to which the family was able to move into a larger apartment closer to the city centre within a few months. However, Karen was still dissatisfied. She constantly complained that she was tired of sitting at home and that her husband did not help at all with the child. Daniel was tormented by his conscience. He would be happy to spend more time with his son, but he worked from morning until night and came home only for a few hours to sleep and go to work again. So he asked his mother to visit Karen more often. During weekends, the mother-in-law would babysit her grandchild so that her daughter-in-law could go out and meet her friends. And one day, at her cousin's birthday party, Karen met a handsome and wealthy man who owned a beauty salon where the birthday girl worked as an administrator. Karen was smitten by his charm and gallantry, thinking that such men only existed in movies. To her delight, the man seemed to show interest in her too. Thus began a dizzying romance. Karen completely lost her head. Almost every day she called her mother-in-law for help, just to get out of the house and see her lover for a couple of hours. The man took her to expensive restaurants and gave her luxurious gifts. With each such gesture, Karen's love for her lover flared up all the stronger. And the naive Daniel did not suspect anything. Of course, his mother dropped some hints. She noticed Karen's frequent departures and the sudden appearance of expensive things. However, Daniel did not believe in his mother's speculations and even took offence. However, soon he had to face a harsh reality. One beautiful spring day, Daniel finished work early and hurried home with a bouquet of roses. On the way, he stopped at a store and bought Karen's favourite cake to please his wife. He practically ran home, looking forward to a pleasant family evening. However, he did not find his wife at home. Instead, his mother opened the door and informed him that she had looked after Alan all day and that Karen still had not returned home or answered her phone calls. "I don't know what to think," said the worried woman. Even though she did not have a special love for her daughter-in-law, she was still very concerned about her. Daniel was also worried and tried to call his wife, but his attempts were unsuccessful. Karen's sister and close friend also knew nothing about her whereabouts. Suddenly, he noticed a corner of a notebook sheet sticking out from under the sofa cushion. It turned out to be a note from Karen, informing him unpretentiously that she had fallen in love with another man and would now live with him. She entrusted her son to her husband, as the new lover did not want children. The short letter, written in neat calligraphic handwriting, ended with, "I hope that you will forgive me and will not forbid me to see the child." Daniel angrily tore up the note after reading it and then sat down on the sofa, crying bitterly and childishly, hiding his face in the palms of his hands. His mother didn't even have to read the note to understand what had happened. She didn't try to comfort him, but only sighed heavily and shook her head. Daniel was so offended and angry and filed for divorce the very next day. He firmly decided that he would not allow his unfaithful wife to see their son, and traumatize his psyche. He repeatedly thought about what he would say to Karen when she asked to meet with their son, but it never came in handy. For 6 months, she never once remembered the baby, enjoying a beautiful life and enthusiastically spending the money of her rich lover. However, her happiness did not last long. Karen knew that her new chosen one was a well-known womanizer throughout the city, but being a naive woman, brought up on melodramas and cheap tabloid novels, she sincerely believed that he really loved her and would certainly marry her. Unfortunately, this was not the man's plan. When Karen bored him, he simply kicked her out the door and moved on to a new relationship. All her dreams were shattered. Just a few days ago, she was putting on a designer dress to have dinner at the best restaurant in town, and now she was on the street with only one suitcase and without a penny to her name. Her lover had taken away all the expensive gifts, jewellery, fur coat, and a smartphone, probably for his next girlfriend. Karen did not have anything to sell, to live with anything for the first time. She thought that it was a good thing that she had such a wonderful, loving husband, and that he most likely missed her and forgave her. But no one opened the door when she went to her old apartment. From the neighbours she learned that Daniel had moved out a long time ago and now lives with his mother. She went to his mother's place, but even there she was met with failure. The former mother-in-law did not even let her on the doorstep, and she did not show her child. Karen sat on a bench near the entrance until late in the evening, waiting for Daniel to come home from work. When she saw her ex-husband, she immediately jumped up and rushed to him with hugs. "How dare you show up here and hug me? Go back where you came from," Daniel exclaimed, pulling away from Karen. "Please forgive me. I made a huge mistake. But now everything will be different, and we'll live happily ever after. Me, you, and Alan," Karen emotionally pleaded. Whether it was from stress or whether Karen really did not understand what she had done, she was sincerely confident that her husband would forgive her and everything would be as before. However, Daniel was not willing to forgive her. He looked at her with a scornful gaze, making it clear that there would be no second chance. He quickly came to the entrance and then turned around and said, "Don't you dare come here again." Only then did Karen realize the tragedy of the situation. She lost her beautiful, rich life with a lover and finally lost her family. She had nothing left but to return to her parents' house. However, they were not pleased with her and couldn't forgive her for her disgrace. Though they didn't throw her out, they didn't show much hospitality either. The next day, Karen's mother called her into the kitchen for a serious conversation. "Don't think you can freeload off us like you did with your naive husband. That won't work with us, and you won't get our pension. Find a job." "Well, what am I going to do? I never worked after marriage," replied Karen, confused. "You're no use at all. Well, I'll talk to my neighbour. Maybe she'll help you find a job as a letter carrier or courier." Working days became a hard test for Karen, who had never worked a day in her life and had no plans to do so. The size of her salary came as a shock to Karen. "How am I supposed to live on this money?" she thought. Every day the woman became more and more aware that her life probably wouldn't get any better. The thought of spending the rest of her life in her parents' apartment, living from paycheck to paycheck, led her to despair, and she turned to alcohol. At first, she drank only a bottle of beer after work, but then switched to stronger drinks. Her boss began to notice that she was addicted to alcohol and fired her to avoid any problems with parcels. Dismissal finally broke Karen, and she began to drink without measure. Her parents tried to help her by taking her to the doctors, but to no avail. She continued to drink and had an affair with a neighbour who was also an alcoholic and frequently beat her in a drunken rage. One day the man pushed Karen so hard that she hit her head on the corner of the closet and she died instantly. Daniel, her former husband, took care of all the funeral expenses. He felt partly responsible for her tragic end. After all, if he had not driven her away so cruelly and categorically, perhaps she would have been able to pull herself together. But of course, a truly loving mother would have sought communication with her child, not drowned her worries in alcohol. Be that as it may, Daniel never said anything bad to his son, but to his mother. The boy grew up with the idea that his mother, who loved him very much, died of a serious illness. And his father did everything possible so that Alan was not deprived of either attention or material wealth. He worked hard to create his own successful business, which he could then pass on to his son by inheritance. Marilyn also told Daniel her story. During the conversation, the interlocutors did not notice how time flew by, and it began to get light. They even forgot about the children. Amy and Alan, who were playing late in the living room, fell asleep. Waiting until the kids woke up, Marilyn prepared a delicious hearty breakfast of country products. Daniel thanked his saviour and left with his son, and Marilyn thought about what she had heard for a long time. What coincidences there are in life. His wife did to him almost exactly what John did to me. After this incident, life in the village went on as usual. Marilyn had so much work at the nursing station and household chores that they superseded the disturbing thoughts caused by her ex-husband's visit. For some reason she had decided that John's threats were nothing and that he would never come back. Well, if he was really up to something, he would have come by now. And even if he comes, what can he do to me? Nothing, Marilyn pondered, calming herself. Meanwhile, she remembered her recent guests with warmth, and Amy was always asking about her new friend, with whom they played so cheerfully. "Will Alan come to us?" But Marilyn had nothing to say to her daughter. She was sure that she would never meet Daniel and his son again. After all, they did not discuss that, and did not even exchange phone numbers, although admittedly Marilyn would not mind communicating again with a new acquaintance, because he seemed to her to be a good man and also an interesting conversationalist. One night Marilyn had a bad dream. She saw it as if someone were chasing her. In the dream, Marilyn was running down a long dark corridor when she saw the pursuer pulling his huge, hairy hands with long dirty nails towards her. Either man or beast had finally caught up with his victim. He grabbed her hand and tried to remove the precious ring from her finger, which would not budge. At that moment, Marilyn woke up in horror. It was still night. The full moon was shining through the window, filling the room with a soft but somehow unpleasant light, which only added to the anxiety after an unpleasant dream. Marilyn tossed and turned in bed until morning, but still couldn't sleep. Actually, she was not superstitious and did not believe in dreams or omens. And she had had nightmares hundreds of times, but for some reason, this particular one impressed her and disturbed her greatly. Every morning, getting out of bed, Marilyn put on her grandmother's ring, which she left in the drawer on the bedside table for the night. And this time, her hand immediately reached for the ring. But when the girl put the jewellery on her finger, she suddenly remembered the nightmare again. Some strange bad feeling made Marilyn take off the ring. She suddenly thought that she was doing a very frivolous thing by walking around the village wearing such a piece of jewellery. "I'll hide it away." In the room stood her grandmother's large chest. Not only was it locked with a key, but it also had a double bottom, under which Mrs. Spurrell hid all the most valuable things: documents, money, gold earrings, which she had not worn since her youth, and a box with a ring. Marilyn decided to return her family heirloom to its rightful place. She mentally thanked herself for not ignoring the bad premonition. Looking at the clock, Marilyn realized that it was time to wake up her daughter and prepare breakfast. When the girl was busy in the kitchen, the neighbour's dog suddenly barked loudly. Marilyn had long been accustomed to these sounds and did not pay attention to them, as the dog reacted aggressively to literally every rustle. But today the animal behaved differently than usual. The dog growled menacingly and literally tore off the chain. So Marilyn decided to go outside and see what the matter was. There was no one at the gate, and the dog was barking not towards the street, but towards Marilyn's yard. The animal, all bristled, bared its teeth and pulled the chain with all its might, as if pointing to the far corner of the neighbour's garden. Probably the dog saw a cat, thought the woman, but still decided to go around the yard just in case. She took a brief look around and saw no sign of any intruders. For a moment, though, she thought she heard a rustle on the side of the patio. But there was no one there either. Marilyn went back to her work, and in about an hour she and Amy left the house. On the way to kindergarten, Amy suddenly remembered that she had forgotten the acorn craft at home, which her teacher had asked her to make. The child burst into tears, and the mother and daughter had to turn back, even though they had already travelled 2/3 of the way. As they entered the yard, Marilyn noticed that the door to the house was ajar. "Did I forget to close it?" she thought. But as she approached, she realised that the lock was broken, not just cracked, but literally broken out of the door, as if someone had chopped it with an axe. At that moment, John ran out of the house. He looked unrecognisable with anger. "Where's the ring?" he shouted, seeing his ex-wife and daughter standing in front of the house, frightened. It turned out that the barking of the neighbour's dog that morning was not in vain. The pet had immediately sensed someone sneaking into the neighbour's territory. John had climbed over the fence from the backyard to remain unnoticed and had lurked behind the patio, waiting for a convenient moment to enter the house. When Marilyn had gone out into the yard at the sound of the barking dog, John had snuck into the cellar, which luckily for him had been open. Through the ajar door, he had watched Marilyn carefully and noticed that she was not wearing the ring that he had come for. "Then we must wait until she leaves and search the house," he had thought. Finding the ring was vital to him. He had once again lost badly at cards and owed money to some dangerous bandits who had threatened to kill him if he didn't repay the debt. But his parents couldn't help him. They had already sold everything they could, and the only thing left was the apartment. John had begged his mother and father to sell the apartment in the centre of the city and buy something smaller. "Why do you need this big apartment in your old age? Buy yourselves a one-bedroom and live happily. Is an apartment more valuable to you than your own son?" he had pleaded. But his parents had finally lost their patience. His father had kicked the wayward son out of the house and ordered him never to return. He had even changed the locks so that John could no longer get into the apartment and take out the TV, washing machine, and his mother's amber beads, the only remaining valuable thing that could still be sold for some money. Left without the last hope, John suddenly remembered the luxurious gold ring with a ruby that he had seen on his ex-wife's finger, and now, when Marilyn and Amy had left for the daycare, he had immediately run out of his hiding place and begun to search. After pulling the old wooden door and making sure it was not too reliable, the man had grabbed an axe he had found in the backyard and struck the lock. On the first try, the barrier was removed, and he broke into the house to look for the ring. John turned out closets, looked under mattresses, moved furniture, and rummaged through cans of cereal and flour, hoping to find the jewel, but to no avail. He had no idea of where the stash was. He even broke open the lock of the massive wooden chest, in the usual for him way, with the blow of an axe, but found nothing but his grandmother's old tablecloths, blankets, and an album of old photographs. He was very close to his cherished goal, but fortunately he had no idea about it. "Has she sold it? But she couldn't have spent the money so quickly," he thought. With these thoughts he ran out of the house. His last hope was the attic, where he was planning to climb using the long ladder presented to him on the wall, and just at that moment he came face to face with Marilyn and his daughter, who had come home to a handmade craft. The robber, taken by surprise, was at first confused, but realizing that he had nothing more to lose, he decided to take extreme measures. He roughly grabbed Marilyn and Amy and dragged them into the house. The woman tried to scream and call for help, but at that moment John looked so threateningly that she had a lump in her throat. After taking his captives into the house, the man closed the door behind him and demanded that his ex-wife give him the ring. "Confess, where did you hide the ring? Speak quickly, don't try my patience," demanded John. "What ring? I don't have any ring." Marilyn justified herself because she was determined not to hand over the valuable heirloom to her ex-husband. "Don't pretend! I saw it on your finger last time." "It's just costume jewellery from the local store. I lost it somewhere in the garden a long time ago," the woman lied, thinking on her feet. "Why are you playing games with me? I'm not an idiot. I know there's gold there, probably 10 grams of gold and a ruby the size of my fist. Give it to me or else we'll both be in trouble." Suddenly John ran out to the garage and returned with a can of gasoline for the lawnmower. "I have nothing to lose. If you don't give me the ring, I'll set the house on fire and we'll all die together," shouted the man in his crazed state. Marilyn realized he was not joking. She went to the bedroom, took out her grandmother's jewellery box, which was dear to her heart, and gave it to her ex-husband. Of course she was hurt to part with the precious gift, but the safety of her child and her own life were more important than any jewellery. After receiving what he wanted, John rushed to the exit, but on the way to the gate he suddenly stopped. He had a sudden urge to cause more trouble for his ex-spouse, whom he blamed for all his problems. He rushed back into the house, where the shocked Marilyn looked at the chaos that had reigned in her cosy home and tried to assess the scale of the damage. He roughly pushed the woman into the bedroom and locked the room from the outside. Then he grabbed a crying Amy by the arms and dragged her towards the exit. In fact, he didn't even know where he would go with his daughter, or what he would do with her, because he didn't actually need her. But the main thing was to spite Marilyn, and he was least concerned about his child's feelings and fate. Meanwhile, Marilyn was banging on the door and threatening to call the police. And really, John thought suddenly, she won't stay there forever. She'll get out somehow, or the neighbours will rescue her. Of course, she'll file a report and I'll be in trouble. The man realised he couldn't let Marilyn live and decided to carry out his threats. However, he wasn't going to kill the little girl, so he simply locked her in the barn to prevent her from disturbing him or attracting the attention of neighbours with her screaming. Then John grabbed a can of gasoline and started pouring the flammable liquid on the walls of the house. He was so mad with anger and engrossed in the process that he didn't even hear a car drive up to the yard. Fortunately for Marilyn and her daughter, Daniel and his son came to visit them to thank them once again for their rescue. Seeing this terrible picture, Daniel disarmed John with the first log he could find. 15 minutes later, the district police arrived. The intruder was detained, and the valuable ring was returned to its rightful owner. John was sent to prison for robbery and the attempted murder of his ex-wife. Marilyn never saw him again or heard anything about him, and she wasn't interested in that at all. She now had a new life, which had no place for the ghost of the past. Marilyn and Daniel began a romance, and Amy and Alan were thrilled that their parents were together and were going to get married, creating a big family. At the wedding, Marilyn put on her grandmother's ring and never took it off again. Now she was sure that the family relic had brought her long-awaited happiness. Kira O'Sullivan grew up in a wealthy family and was accustomed to financial prosperity. She had never experienced being without money, and all her desires were fulfilled immediately. Kira knew that money provides complete freedom. Even though she had not earned a penny yet, freedom was her element. She was used to doing things her way. Kira was not stubborn or willful, but as a rich heiress, she valued her own opinion. Therefore, she rejected her father's decision to marry her off to the son of a new acquaintance. "What nonsense!" exclaimed Kira indignantly. "I just graduated from university. and I still want to live for myself." "So you'll keep living like that?" said the father with an exaggeratedly cheerful voice. He already realized that dealing with his daughter would not be easy. However, he had always known this, and now he feverishly looked for weighty arguments. "I am not going to marry you off to just anyone, but to a very wealthy person. The groom's name is Brandon Scionti." But the father's argument clearly did not affect the girl. "Well, what a stroke of luck," Kira smirked, but in reality she wasn't laughing. Honestly, it was like the Middle Ages. Marriages for merging and strengthening joint businesses always amused Kira. Such marriages were not uncommon in their circle, and now it seemed like Kira was about to join the ranks of those lucky ones for whom parents had found a prince. However, she did not want any wedding, especially with a groom that she found unimpressive and boring. But Gregory O'Sullivan had weighty reasons to marry off his daughter, at least he thought so. Not long ago, the businessman was diagnosed with a serious illness, and doctors would not give any predictions. Like many parents of late children, he was afraid that Kira would be left alone. His beloved wife had been dead for 5 years. Taking care of his only daughter was a sacred duty, and Gregory O'Sullivan hurried as soon as possible to arrange her personal life. As old as time, but to Kira it seemed like real madness. Let others get married, not to disrupt the interests of wealthy parents, but I don't care, she thought. I will definitely come up with something, just not to become the wife of this Brandon. And she did come up with something. If I'm going to protest, I have to do it beautifully and creatively, she decided with enthusiasm, and came up with a pretty cool joke. Another girl would be hiding under the veil instead of her. In this original way, she planned to let her father know that she was against his interference in her life. The main thing is to find a suitable candidate and not argue with her father. Let him think that I agreed to this ridiculous marriage. Well, for now, let's stall for time, Kira thought to herself. I invited the Sciontis for lunch today, the father announced triumphantly over breakfast. It's time to finally set a date for the wedding. Kira forced a sour smile and muttered, Yeah, you're right. Her father was so genuinely pleased that Kira almost felt sorry for him, but only for a moment. She wouldn't let even her beloved father turn her into a puppet. Now I'll transfer the money to you, and you should buy yourself a new dress, the father continued. And of course a beauty salon and other things. You know what to do. My daughter must be at her best. I'm certainly not going to do anything for that slippery Brandon, Kira thought gloomily. Suddenly the phone beeped, notifying the owner that the money had arrived. Kira looked at it and mentally whispered, Looks like Dad really wants to make an impression on these Sciontis. Well, I'm warned, so I'm armed. I've already finished my breakfast, Kira said with a smile, so I'm going shopping. Her father smiled and said joyfully, That's my girl. But Kira had no intention of going to any beauty salon. A new dress would be nice for lifting my spirits, she thought, but I'll spend my time much more wisely than father thinks. After a productive visit to the boutique, Kira went searching for a suitable bride for wealthy Brandon Scionti. She visited the nearest park, but couples, young mothers and well-off-looking girls were walking there, as well as older women who were unlikely to be interested in her offer. Suddenly, Kira saw a poor but rather pretty brunette about her age. Kira was about to approach her when a similarly dressed guy with a rose approached the girl and kissed her hand. This is real life, Kira thought enviously. Sincere love, sincere feelings are no marriages for business interests. Yes, they're poor, but they still have everything ahead of them. Lost in philosophical thoughts, Kira walked towards the park exit. She had 2 hours until dinner, and she needed to freshen up. She sat in her favourite Audi, sighed heavily, and drove home. As expected, lunch was boring. Both fathers praised their offspring, and if Kira didn't know where to hide from shame, her potential groom wanted to show her that the bride would be behind him like a stone wall. But Kira had little faith in that. "Kira, go show Brandon the winter garden," offered the father. "Dad, let's do it another time. I'm tired today," the daughter replied, trying to hide her annoyance. The thought of being alone with Brandon disgusted Kira. "Oh, that's true. You still have your whole life ahead of you," said Gregory O'Sullivan, and his daughter breathed a sigh of relief. Brandon's father only nodded condescendingly. Apparently, the relationship between his son and future daughter-in-law worried him the least in the world. Kira, for her part, thought that she should hurry up with finding a replacement bride because the wedding would be in 2 weeks. In the evening, Kira decided to go on her peculiar hunt again. She rode to a small summer cafe and ordered a salad, sitting down at a table. And suddenly, she saw the one she needed. It was a strange woman with long dark hair, the same height and build as her. The stranger's faded synthetic dress clearly had seen better days, and her worn shoes spoke louder than words. Besides, she was limping. The girl was clearing the table, and Kira concluded that she was a dishwasher or something like that, certainly not a waitress. The girl taking the order was dressed in a cute uniform and looked impeccable. On one of the tables there was an untouched pie, which the presumed candidate in bride put in a paper bag without a hint of embarrassment. Continuing to watch the girl, Kira saw her put the bag in an old, well-worn purse. There was no doubt that this young woman was in dire need of money. "Miss, we're closing," the poor girl told Kira quietly and politely. "Yes, of course, but I need to talk to you," Kira replied. "With me?" The stranger was surprised. "Yes, with you," Kira confirmed. "Don't be afraid, I won't do anything bad to you." Seeing that the girl was hesitating, Kira laughed. "Oh, don't be afraid of me. What's your name?" "Linda." The cafe worker smiled hesitantly. "That's better. A smile suits you. My name is Kira. Let me give you a ride home, and we'll talk on the way. Where do you live?" "Oh, no, it's not necessary." Linda shook her head. "It's far, on the outskirts of the city. I'm sure you've never been to such places." "Then, all the more reason to fill this gap," Kira exclaimed cheerfully. Linda Morris's life was difficult to compare to a fairy tale, perhaps only to a horror story. She had limped since birth, and her peers had made fun of her. Doctors said it was the result of a difficult birth. Linda's mother had long since died, and her stepfather drank incessantly. Linda had distant relatives, but they had no interest in her. After finishing school, Linda wanted to enroll in some kind of vocational school, but her stepfather said curtly, "Stop messing around, you need to earn money," and she went to work. Yesterday, a schoolgirl got a job at a cafe. The pay for auxiliary workers was meagre, but it was enough for poor food and drink for her stepfather. 4 years passed, and Linda still performed the dirtiest work at the cafe. Seeing a well-dressed strange girl in a bright red cabriolet, the girl just sighed heavily. She understood that she would never have such a car. She wished she could at least save up for decent jeans and a dress. Therefore, when Kira said she wanted to discuss something, Linda was very surprised. They were people from different worlds. What could they talk about? Yet Linda found herself in the beautiful and cozy car of the wealthy young beauty. "Linda, wouldn't you like to change your life for the better?" asked the car owner, getting straight to the point. "To change my life?" Linda asked thoughtfully, wondering what this rich girl wanted from her. "It's obvious that I don't have a life that I don't want to change. But how can I do that?" "Well, there are plenty of opportunities in our time," murmured Kira. "No, not for everyone," sighed Linda. "You're probably studying at a prestigious university or have already graduated, and I have no education. You won't believe it, but I've had to beg for alms, and my stepfather keeps throwing me out of the house more and more frequently. "Why?" "He doesn't care why," Linda replied, and catching herself added, "Sorry, of course, you're not to blame for my problems." "But maybe I can help you solve them," Kira said intriguingly. Linda looked at Kira skeptically, but she continued, "I want to offer you the part in a play. Of course, the payment will be decent." "Are you looking for an actress?" asked Linda, the first thing that came to mind, and hastily shook her head. "I'm afraid I won't be able to do it." "I assure you, you can do it," Kira said encouragingly. "I don't need a professional actress. It's just a small prank that anyone can handle. You won't have to do anything. It's completely safe and nothing illegal." Linda hesitated. She wasn't used to trusting so-called Good Samaritans. There's clearly some catch here, she thought. "But why me?" Linda asked. "It's simple," Kira replied with relief, noting that her proposal had piqued her new acquaintance's interest. "We have the same build and hair." Linda looked at the rich girl in amazement and fear, and she burst out laughing. "No, I'm not going to set you up. Admit it. You thought about it, didn't you?" Linda nodded shyly. "As I said that, there is nothing illegal." Kira chuckled and began telling her interlocutor what she would have to do. "I just want to teach my father and the groom a lesson," she concluded, "and you won't risk anything. All you have to do is stand with your face covered by a veil, and when the deception is revealed, you'll blame me and leave. Come on, agree, there's no risk," Kira assured her. Linda wasn't sure, but Kira's proposal left her completely confused. Linda understood that the wealthy had their quirks, and they also cried, and probably for the same reasons as the poor, but she didn't suspect that the rich could go so far in their whims. To be honest, this plan smelled bad. What if Linda starts referring to Kira, and who guarantees that someone will believe her? They might even declare her an imposter and send her to a prison. But on the other hand, Linda really wanted to participate in the wedding, especially such a wealthy one, try on a luxurious wedding dress, and feel loved and desired even for a moment. For a girl in her circle, it was an unattainable dream. It's unlikely to be worse than it already is, because it can't get any worse, Linda thought, and agreed to the adventure. "That's great!" exclaimed Kira joyfully. "Tomorrow we'll go get the wedding dress and other accessories." The next day, Kira picked up Linda and brought her straight to a boutique where she was a regular customer. Linda hesitated, but Kira decisively stated, "A girl in shabby clothes at an elite bridal salon? We don't need to attract any unnecessary attention." In the end, Linda became the owner of a nice white t-shirt and beautiful fuchsia pants. "All right, now shoes," muttered Kira, critically examining the brightly coloured sandals with a high chunky heel. "I don't need shoes," Linda hurriedly replied. "Are you going to the bridal salon in those clogs?" "But Linda didn't finish her sentence because Kira herself remembered that her stand-in had a limp. "Oh, sorry, but we can find something more comfortable for you, like sneakers." Of course, Kira could have bought the ordinary wedding dress and shoes without taking Linda with her. Even the most modest bridal gown would have been the epitome of luxury for Linda, but Kira wanted the girl from the poor neighbourhood to experience wearing cool clothes and not feel left out. Remembering where Linda lives, Kira shuddered. She couldn't believe that people could live like that, especially in the part where Linda lived. Old houses that seemed like they would collapse any minute, the aromas of overflowing garbage cans that made Kira hastily close the car windows, and, to top it off, the piercing question from Linda's stepfather, "Where have you been?" After lingering for a moment near the dilapidated shack that couldn't be called a home, Kira saw Linda hand over money to her stepfather. He grabbed the bills and headed to the small, obvious only shop in the entire area. All of this was of course terrible, but Kira once again confirmed that this girl was exactly what she needed. The only weak point was her limp, but a long full dress will cover it up. "Do you like anything?" Kira asked her double with a smile while they were looking at gorgeous wedding dresses. "I like everything," Linda replied, looking thoughtfully at wedding dresses, shoes, hats, brides' bouquets, and other wedding attributes. "Well then, choose something," said Kira. "Maybe this?" Linda asked, hesitantly, pointing to a relatively simple, inexpensive dress. "This?" Kira wrinkled her pretty nose. "It's only suitable for a run-down eatery in your area." "You know, Kira," Linda blurted out, "not everyone is lucky enough to be born into a wealthy family. Your mum and dad bring you everything. And me?" "Oh, she's got a temper," thought the rich girl respectfully, and said softly, "Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that the dress should emphasize my father's status. Personally, I don't care what I wear, but our circle has its own rules of the game, and I didn't create them. Do you understand?" Linda nodded, and Kira showed her a few options for dresses, ultimately settling on a spectacular one. "It's great. Now, the most important thing is the headgear. We need a hat with a thick veil," Kira explained to the shop assistant. 20 minutes later, the girls left the store with their purchases. "Are you going to work now?" Kira asked as they loaded the bags into the trunk. "Yes," Linda nodded. "Do you need a ride?" "It's not far," Linda shrugged. "Yeah, you obviously won't die of modesty," Kira remarked. "Get in already." They drove in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. "Why are you so sad?" Kira asked Linda in the end. "I am a little afraid," sighed the girl. "I don't like that mood," Linda said. "Don't think about anything. You do what you have to do, then you get the money, and the rest is my concern." Linda sighed again. She was sure it was useless to explain to the spoiled rich girl how ugly it was to cheat on her own family and involve strangers in it. The wedding day was approaching, and Linda was getting more scared every day. The girl thought more and more often about giving up on the role of the bride. After all, it was Kira's problem, not hers. More and more often, Linda caught herself thinking that she envied the rich because they have everything. Maybe except freedom. The acquaintance with Kira became a stimulus for the poor girl to achieve prosperity. Next year, she would try to enter at least a college. The main thing, to become a person and not a faceless auxiliary worker in the cafe. And it was time to stop sponsoring her alcoholic stepfather. Eventually, Linda firmly decided that tomorrow she would tell Kira that she would not participate in this stupid show. "Hi," Kira greeted her ward cheerfully the next day. "How's the mood?" "Normal," replied Linda, hiding her eyes. "Glad to hear. I want to invite you to a bachelorette party. I promise it'll be wonderful." "Well, there will probably be girls from your circle there," Linda said, confused. "But you have something to do with the party too, don't you?" "Kira," Linda said slowly, "I have something to tell you. You will say the day after tomorrow at the bachelorette party." Kira cooed, "And now the girls and I are going to the spa. Bye." Remembering that the bachelorette party was the day after tomorrow made Linda feel cold, because the next day was the wedding day, and she had stupidly not said what she wanted to say. However, there was still time. The whole next day. Linda intended to call her so-called employer, but she couldn't make up her mind. Maybe I just won't go to the bachelorette party, and Kira will understand everything. Yes, that's what I'll do, the girl decided, but the next day she woke up to a phone call. She had promised herself so many times to turn off her phone on her days off, but for some reason she stubbornly didn't. Looking at the display, the girl almost groaned, but she didn't drop the call. It was Kira. "Hi, gorgeous. I'll pick you up at 3 o'clock. We'll go to the boutique." "Why?" Linda yawned again, still not fully awake. "Oh, silly. Don't tell me you're going to the bachelorette party in your unforgettable clothes." "I'm not going." "That's what I thought. Of course you're not. So, meet me at 3 sharp." "Okay," said Linda, cursing herself for her inability to say no. "I need $20, came her stepfather's ingratiating voice. He had been talking to his stepdaughter that way lately, and Linda knew exactly where the wind was coming from. "I don't have 20, she lied. "I paid the utilities yesterday." "Why don't you borrow some money from your new girlfriend?" her stepfather asked hopefully. "No," Linda retorted. Her stepfather did not insist and left the house. He went to look for someone to borrow from. "And later I will have to pay for him," Linda sighed. Sometimes she wondered why she never kicked out her stepfather. In fact, he was a stranger. So she could ask him to vacate the living space in good conscience, especially since he often kicked Linda out of her own house. Usually he did it in a drunken state because the stepdaughter did not give him money for drinks. So why didn't Linda kick him out? Partly in memory of when he was a different man, but objectively it was because of Linda's inability to say no. So they coexisted side by side, 2 people thrown overboard. Kira arrived at 3 o'clock sharp, as promised. Suddenly, Linda realized that she wanted to go to the bachelorette party. After all, why should she sit at home alone with her stepfather, who would soon get drunk and might kick her out of the house? The girls stopped by a boutique and Kira bought Linda some dark blue jeans and a white shirt. That was the dress code for the bachelorette party. They drove to a private country club. Neither suspected that this bachelorette party would fundamentally change everything. Kira's friends welcomed Linda, thus dispelling stereotypes of arrogant rich girls, although it was not known how they would have accepted Linda in second-hand clothes. For Kira's friends, Linda was her distant relative, and they were not privy to the rest of the details. Linda was unexpectedly pleased that she and Kira shared a secret. Linda suddenly caught herself thinking that she was beginning to grow attached to Kira, which seemed to be why she had never decided to give up her role in this crazy adventure. "Lucky you, Kira," said Deborah, a spectacular tanned blonde. "It must be a beautiful wedding." "I want one too. I can imagine me in a white dress, my dad walking down the aisle, and my mum—" "Oh, I'm sorry." "That's all right," muttered the culprit of the celebration quietly. "I hope my mum would be happy for me." The girls nodded in unison. "Mum is always there for us wherever she is." "I hope so," Kira sighed. "So we must have the same pain," Linda thought. "But there's nothing strange about it. Rich people's wives die too." The girls went off to dance, and Kira remained seated at the table with her head resting on the intertwined fingers. Responding to Linda's impulse, she walked over to her and put a hand on her shoulder. "My mum died too," she said. "I was only 10 at the time, but for me, it was like a very recent thing." "Really?" asked Kira with a sad smile. "So you and I are sisters in misfortune?" "I guess so," Linda smiled involuntarily, remembering her recent thought. And Kira suddenly took her hand and whispered, "You know, I really like you." "And I like you," Linda replied sincerely. "Great. We'll give them all a show tomorrow." Linda suddenly felt light and cheerful because she had found such a great friend. The bachelorette party was fun, and Linda went to spend the night at the O'Sullivans' mansion. "Good morning, bride. Gregory said with a broad smile. "How was the party?" "Hi, Dad. Everything was super," replied Kira, diligently portraying a happy bride. "The years go by so quickly," exclaimed the father. "It's a pity your mum won't be rejoicing with us." "I'm not sure Mum would be happy about this marriage," thought Kira, and said aloud, "All right, Dad, I'm going to the bathroom. The makeup artist will be here soon, and I'm not ready yet." "I see," said the father with a smile. When the false Kira limped out of the limousine, the guests began to whisper incomprehensively. "Why is Kira limping?" "Maybe she got her calluses," one of Kira's friends suggested. "Poor girl," said the advanced-aged socialite, wife of one of Mr. O'Sullivan's business partners. "Maybe she twisted her foot in those high stilettos." "Why is her face all covered? That's not the trend right now," remarked the elegant middle-aged woman. "Did O'Sullivan skimp on a more up-to-date version? Or maybe the girl just had too funny bachelorette party," giggled one of the guests. "The play is starting," thought Kira excitedly, standing a little farther away. She was wearing an ash-coloured wig and massive glasses. Anyone who knew O'Sullivan's only daughter would hardly recognise Kira in this stern lady. When the guests moved to the place of marriage, she resolutely wedged into the crowd, while the officiator made her heartfelt speech. Linda's excitement grew. "What do I do?" she thought feverishly. "Should I take off my shoes and run away like Cinderella?" She could feel that in seconds more she would become hysterical. Linda cost a great deal of labour to keep herself in control. Overwhelmed, the girl not even immediately realised that she was asked if she would become Brandon's wife. It was the very moment when Linda had to take off her veil. But she did not have time to do it because the groom suspected something himself. Brandon suddenly lifted the veil and shouted, "She's not Kira!" Among the guests there was a general cry of amazement. The journalists sensed something much more interesting than another wedding of rich kids, became visibly animated, and frantically clicked shutters. Brandon kept yelling, "It's not Kira! I was deceived!" The groom's father approached Gregory O'Sullivan and, full of righteous anger, said, "I did not expect this from you. Don't dream about a favourable deal anymore. Your family are swindlers." A young journalist approached Mr. Skiontis, smiling, but he only threateningly said, "No comment." She made a step towards Mr. O'Sullivan, but he definitely turned away. Linda looked around, searching for Kira, but there was no sign of her. Frankly speaking, the fake bride expected less resonance. But it was only the first act of the grandiose scandal. One of the guests, Mr. Hagan, took a closer look at Linda and suddenly gasped, "It can't be." The journalists, who were about to go away, slowed down. They could not believe such luck. Mr. Hagan was the head of one of the major construction companies in the country. He seemed to have completely forgotten that at least 100 eyes were looking at him. "Girl, what is your name?" he addressed the fake bride. "Linda?" she asked confusedly. "Linda, you are incredibly like my first love," he said, his voice full of emotion. "Is your mum's name Holly, by any chance?" "Yeah, her name is Holly." Linda widened her eyes. "Oh, please, let's go to some quiet, peaceful place where we could talk," the businessman suggested, and led the bewildered Linda to the exit. People realized there would be no more sensations for today, began to disperse. The journalists were delighted. They definitely worked for glory today. Linda and Mr. Hagan approached a luxurious dark cherry Porsche, and the gallant man opened the door for the girl, smiling and saying, "Get in. You know, you are one of the most beautiful brides I have ever seen." "Thank you," Linda nodded, wondering what he wanted from her. "My name is Leonard Hagen." The businessman introduced himself reservedly, and Linda turned pale. She remembered how her mother talked to a friend about Leonard. "I see. Linda, my name means something to you," Mr. Hagen said, noticing the expression on her face. "Yes, just the name," the girl whispered. "And how old are you?" "I'm 21. I was born on October 9th. 21 years old," Mr. Hagen said thoughtfully. "Linda, has your mother remarried?" "My mother died more than 10 years ago," Linda said, her voice trembling. "Yes, she was married, but her husband is not my biological father. My mother had a heart attack. The ambulance didn't make it in time." "Linda," the businessman said after a short pause, "this may seem crazy to you, but I think you are my daughter. Let's not talk about it in vain. Let's do a DNA test. Can we meet on Monday?" Mr. Hagen asked. "I thought that only happened on soap operas. However, I can't be on Monday. I work." "Do you work?" Mr. Hagen asked in surprise. "Where, if not a secret?" "In a cafe, as an assistant worker," the girl answered, a little embarrassed. "I have no connection to your circle." "That's all right. I wasn't always rich either. And I took any job. Unloading wagons, working as a courier, doing odd jobs. It's great that you earn a living on your own. But how did you end up at this wedding?" After listening to Linda's story, the man laughed out loud. "Well, girls, you've gone crazy. I recognize Kira. If she decides something, she'll do it no matter what. Okay, it's your business. What about Thursday instead of Monday?" Linda nodded. "I have a day off on Thursday." And Mr. Hagen smiled in agreement. Meanwhile, Kira's father was fuming. "What an ungrateful girl she is. Kira has everything necessary for a normal life. She never knew denial in anything, and this is how she thanked me." Suddenly the doorbell rang. Gregory looked at the video intercom and smiled. "Kira, I will show you your father's real anger now." "Hi, dear," replied the father, his tone not boding well. "I'm excited to personally inform you that for your treacherous act, I'm revoking all cards and any help from me," Gregory said stiffly. "Seems fair to me." Damn, he really isn't kidding, Kira thought in horror. The girl became visibly dejected. It was not the effect she had hoped for. Kira, of course, planned to get a job in her speciality. She graduated from the Faculty of Romano-Germanic Philosophy, so finding a job wasn't a problem. Many reputable companies needed good translators, and Kira had all the right skills. But what would she do until her first paycheck? Did her father intend to ask her to leave home? "No, you can stay here," he answered when Kira asked him about it. "But of course you can rent another place for yourself, or you can buy one. You don't even realize how you've set me up." "So tell me." "What's the point? You've already done your job." "Suit yourself." Kira shrugged and went to her room. A few weeks passed after the wedding. Linda and Mr. Hagen took a DNA test, and the result was positive. Linda was stunned. Just a few weeks ago, she was an unremarkable auxiliary worker in a cafe, living in the worst corner of the city, and now a respectable businessman, who turned out to be her father, was making grand plans for her. "You're not going back to your hole anymore," he said, "and you don't need to work anymore. Next year you'll go to college. Where would you like to go?" "I've always loved math," Linda replied. "Okay," Mr. Hagen said cheerfully. "You can go to the economics department, and you then work for my company. But that's all later, because now we're going shopping, and I'm going to buy you many beautiful things. Then we'll go look at an apartment." Linda's head was spinning. "I've been meaning to ask for a long time. Why didn't you and my mum get married?" "We broke up stupidly." The story is not original. Not only did Holly like me, but her best friend Zoe did too. She set the whole thing up. At one of the student parties, she asked one of the handsome guys from the university to make out with Holly and made sure that I walked in at the right moment. Not only did she make sure that I saw the alleged love scene, but she also convinced me that Holly had been dating this guy for a long time. When Holly told me that she was pregnant, I half thought she was lying to get me back. Repented Mr. Hagen? I would like to change everything now, but alas, that's impossible. But now you're here, as if fate itself gave me a chance to redeem myself in front of Holly. By the way, you have a step-brother and a step-sister. I'll introduce you to them for sure. But first, of course, I will prepare the family. My wife is a kind woman, you'll see for yourself." After an excellent shopping spree, dinner at a restaurant, and a tour of the apartment, Mr. Hagen took his newfound daughter to the apartment he had rented for her while settling the formalities associated with the purchase of her own apartment. The girl looked around and thought for the first time in her life she was in normal living conditions. "I wonder how Kira is doing. By the way, I should call her to thank her," Linda thought, and pulled the brand new cell phone her father had bought for her out of her purse. However, Kira's voice was sad when she answered the phone. "I wanted to thank you," Linda said. "Thank you? For what?" "It's a long story," Linda replied hesitantly, realizing that Kira didn't know anything. "It's okay, I have plenty of time." Kira grinned unhappily. "Well then, I'm waiting for you. Write down the address. I live somewhere else now." Kira was pleased to hear from Linda. It was like a breath of fresh air, which was so necessary for people after something unpleasant had happened. Linda's invitation had come at the right time, because sitting around pining for the bank cards she had taken away was no fun. When Kira heard that Linda no longer lived in that terrible house, she was surprised. Kira had heard that one of her father's business partners said that her understudy looked like his first love, or something like that. But on that lyrical note, she hurried out of the wedding. She also heard talk of Mr. Hagen's new daughter, because the business crowd can be compared to a village. Rumours spread with the speed of a forest fire. And now Kira had the opportunity to learn everything firsthand. She gladly accepted the invitation, and it wasn't just curiosity. Kira really wanted to see Linda. "Wow!" Kira exclaimed as she stepped into the former beggar's new abode. "It's stunning! I can't say anything else. So Mr. Hagen really turned out to be your father?" "Yes," Linda smiled. "What about you? How are you doing?" "My dad confiscated all my cards," replied Kira, not sounding cheerful. "Good thing that he left me my car at least. It's time to become a cab driver." Linda felt embarrassed. Sharing her joy when someone else's business left a lot to be desired seemed sacrilegious to her. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't know it would turn out this way, especially since you asked me to." "Linda, what are you talking about?" "Well, I'm doing fine now, and you got it so bad," muttered Linda. When it finally dawned on Kira what her friend meant, she laughed out loud. "That's what you mean, I assure you. I don't hold a grudge against you. You found your father. That's wonderful. So what's your fault?" Kira was genuinely happy for Linda. Besides, she suddenly enjoyed feeling like a good fairy for this nice girl. Kira knew that Mr. Hagen is obscenely richer than her father. His money will open before his daughter knew previously unknown opportunities, such as surgery to correct lameness. The girls had a nice sit-down and Kira went home late at night. The next day she noticed that her father looked terrible. He even seemed to have lost weight and become gaunt. "Dad, are you sick?" the girl asked fearfully. "I feel bad," nodded the father, greedily gulping air with his mouth. "I'm calling the ambulance," Kira shouted, and, as if in a fog, picked up the phone. What followed was like a bad dream. Her father had fallen into a coma. When Kira asked the doctors how long it would last, they gave no answer. "It can either last a few days or a few years," the doctor said. When Kira called her family doctor, she was shocked. "Your father contacted me a couple of months ago, and the findings were discouraging," said the doctor. "I didn't know anything about that," a shocked Kira slowly muttered. "Apparently he didn't want to upset you or hoped it would go away." "I wish I had married as my father wanted me to," Kira thought in despair. The girl was scared and anxious in her house alone, so she went to Linda to spend the night at her place. The next morning, while they were having breakfast, the doorbell rang. "Are you expecting someone?" inquired Kira. "No," shrugged Linda, "unless it's my dad. But he's at work at this time." Saying this, she went to open the door. On the threshold, she saw Brandon Sciotis with a bouquet of dark maroon roses. "May I come in?" he asked with a smile. "Come in," Linda replied after a little thought. Seeing the failed spouse, Kira wrinkled her nose and hurried back to her home. Meanwhile, Brandon handed Linda the roses and said, "I liked you so much that I asked myself, why don't we get to know each other better?" "Really?" the girl laughed, remembering the look on his face when he tore off her veil. "But you had a face like I was an alien." "Well, I was confused. Think for yourself how you would feel in my place," Brandon replied. "I guess so," agreed Linda. "How about some tea?" "With pleasure," smiled the unexpected guest. After tea, Brandon invited Linda for a walk, and in the evening they went to the movies. So began their relationship. One day, Linda and Kira met in a coffee shop. "I have some stunning news," Linda said cryptically. "Kira, I'm so happy. I realize you're going through a rough time right now, but I just don't have anyone to share my news with. Brandon and I are getting married, and this time it's going to be for real." "It's great, isn't it?" "Linda," replied Kira with a sigh, "I'd like to be happy for you, but it's just not working out. It's all kind of weird." "Do you think it's impossible for him to love me?" burst out Linda. "Of course not," exclaimed Kira. "But think about it. He shows up out of the blue, and a week later he's proposing. Don't you find that suspicious yourself? Something's not right. I wonder if he would have come to you if you hadn't been Mr. Hagen's daughter." Kira snorted. "So I can only be loved for my money?" Linda's voice rang with indignation. "Oh, you're deliberately discouraging me out of jealousy." "Linda, come to your senses. If I needed Brandon, then why did I need that masquerade at the wedding?" "Well, okay, you love him, and very possibly he loves you, but the fact that he proposed to you a month after meeting you is suspicious. And this is, although not long ago, he was going to marry me the same way." However, no reasonable arguments worked on Linda. "I thought you were my friend," she said. "I am, but Linda, please understand." "Go away." "Okay, whatever you say," said Kira as she stood up from the table. "But you'll realize in the end that I was right." She got into the car and called the hospital. Her dad was still in a coma. Kira sighed heavily. It seemed like her life had hit a rough patch. Her father in a coma, and now the fight with Linda. But Kira sincerely wished her happiness, and then she came up with a great idea. After studying many reviews about honest detectives in the city, Kira preferred Carl Davis. After meeting with the detective, she was convinced that she made the right choice. He had not only an athletic physique, but was also an intelligent, tenacious look. Carl professionally asked questions, and at the end of the conversation he said, "Well, we have a good chance of finding out what is associated with such a rush. There may indeed be some mystery here." Carl called 5 days later. "You were right in your suspicions. The thing is, they're almost bankrupt. David Skiontis and his son Brandon invested in several startups, hoping to make a quick return with interest, but they miscalculated. Besides, my friend from the financial fraud department said they were preparing materials on illegal business activity and tax evasion. They are facing huge fines and most likely bankruptcy." After saying goodbye to the detective, Kira called Linda. Frankly speaking, Linda herself doubted the sincerity of her fiancé's feelings. After the beginning of the relationship, Brandon became enthusiastic and began to press on, and this pressure had nothing to do with the impatience inherent in a young man in love. Metal notes began to appear in the groom's voice, and Linda had a sneaking suspicion that Kira was right. She wanted to call her friend and apologize, but never decided to. So when she saw Kira calling, the girl rejoiced. "Linda, hi," said Kira in a high-pitched voice. "Just for God's sake, don't hang up. I have some important information for you." "Hi, Kira. I'm not going to hang up. And I also missed you very much." "What's the information?" Linda asked, and Kira told her everything. That evening, Kira got a call from the hospital. "Ms. O'Sullivan, we have good news for you. Your father is out of the coma, and we have a good prognosis for his condition." The next day, she visited him and was pleased to note that he looked much better. When her daughter told him what the detective had been able to find out, he was very surprised. "You're a clever girl," the father said with a smile, "and I was so worried about leaving you without a man's support that I couldn't see any farther than my nose. My little girl, forgive me for my foolishness." A month passed. Linda broke up with Brandon and never saw him again. Mr. O'Sullivan had recovered by that time, and soon he was discharged from the hospital. Kira, with Linda and Carl, came to meet him from the hospital. "Daddy, let me introduce my fiancé, Carl Davis," Kira said with a smile. "Just as you dreamed, a worthy man by your daughter's side." Gregory O'Sullivan watched the beautiful couple and was finally glad that all the bad things were left behind.